move. I just wanna keep sleeping. I don't wanna go outside. I don't wanna eat, talk, shit, see, eat up. I just wanna lay down and die.
Tu buttato mami, more than Nitafina. Powerball and brazy bitches wear the Aquafina. We'll become a glicker boy, call him Serafina. All this Coco Rica smoker cause and make you emphysema. I'm a trife bitch, yes, believe that. Baseball bat to your kneecap. Braid this nigga hair like he was ASAP. First wipe this nigga like an Arab. Nefertiti Blanco kiss my skate-rap. Hey man, I be with them faggots out from Brooklyn. Hoodoo voodoo niggas like a Bushman. Dutch master Cushman. Niggas be so soft they like a cushion. Tissue paper feelings like a pushpin. Rubbish in my dustbin. You ain't getting fatty heavy like you niggas claiming. Cam Newton fumble with them big shoe niggas playing. I see pussy niggas putting mollies up their assholes. Coming with the slander bitch, believe me, they're your last words. So Martin Shirley gotta change your password. I only speak guapo. Big bitch fish till you got those. We can cook a spray with them choppers. Lipstick and contour. If I'm fucking with them, then he not poor. Clap back, niggas want to encore, nigga please. I'm on the Airbus, Air 3, and a Fendi white tee. Living what you can't dream, smoking what you can't breathe. Hippie chick, suck a dick, kiss my ring. You know I fuck with you. Really? Yeah. Low key I fuck with you. You know I fuck with you. Really? Yeah. Low key I fuck with you. You know I fuck with you. Really? Yeah. Low key I fuck with you. You know I fuck with you. Really? Yeah. Low key I fucks with you. Never been a hood nigga, but I slang with them. Brick in the Chanel purse, bang with them. Lone wolf, bitch, white fang with them. Loose change niggas can't hang with them. You ain't popping rocks unless the gang with you. Bobbin', mobbin', bobbin', stooges, you, but not the loot, boy. Cutting quarter cushions, getting choppy, being duped, boy. In with 34 for my bitches, that's a new toy. Finessing niggas, stressing niggas, 90 be the decoy. Guappin' never stop us, stacking green as paper cuts. Ranstacking snitches, put these exes on the drunks. She always wanna smoke, but got a nasty attitude. Please, cause bunk bugger chicks without hips can get out too. Kids, big clutch, oh, you caught that, baby. Turkey neck chick, but she got that gravy. Bad girl clicks, but my bitches is crazy. Little sister the plug, so she slugged that wavy. Kids, big clutch, oh, you caught that, baby. Turkey neck chick, but she got that gravy. Bad girl clicks, but my bitches is crazy. Little sister the plug, so she slugged that wavy.
I don't wanna go outside. I don't wanna eat, talk, shit, see, eat up. I just wanna lay down and die. I don't wanna move. I just wanna keep sleeping. I don't wanna go outside. I don't wanna eat, talk, shit, see, eat up. I just wanna lay down and die. I don't wanna move. I just wanna keep sleeping. I don't wanna go outside. I don't wanna eat, talk, shit, see, eat up. I just wanna lay down and die. I don't.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to QNN Live, or whatever the name of the show is. Don't hit me, Jimmy.
It's about time. And it's the Bears Den syndicated media.
Oh, yes, maybe. Who knows? Whatever the show is named.
It's whatever you want to call it. I'm sure some people call it all kinds of flattering names.
You know, that show with a bunch of moron SFP retards. Need to go drink bleach, you know.
Exactly. And it's not all bad. So fuck it. We'll take the bad with the good. How's it going, everybody?
Yep, we were having 0 messages, probably because Kameko always hosts channel, so he has the viewership, but we have 3 people watching, so that's pretty good. So let's get into what we were talking about. I'm really glad.
Censorship on the forum.
Oh yeah, we got somebody. Andrews. Oh yeah, I got censored on the forums. I wouldn't know how it's censored. It seems like they had banned me, but I'm back. So strangely enough, after everybody accused me of being a liar, just when I was about to go defend myself, I got my access back. Isn't that surprising? How things just work out.
Well, I was told also that you had access 2 hours before the 2 hours before this radio show.
Huh, that's quite interesting. I had, for example, I could read, but I was not allowed to reply or send messages according to what I was told, and even though I had tried to reply or send messages,
Greetings, Seto Max.
yeah.
Thanks for coming to the show.
Yeah. Maybe you should hop
Hello.
on the. Oh, hey, Son of Max. Maybe you should hop on the Beam Shacks. We're getting some people in.
I'd like for Seto Max to talk later on about his experience with his MU and things like that. He wrote a very interesting article, and also he made it very entertaining with the memes. Memes rule these days.
I'm actually really happy with my recent article that came out, like 10 Shibo is a loser. Has gotten quite and got quite amount of votes for that. Surprising. I don't think you didn't pay for votes, did you, Jimmy?
I don't pay for votes for my own articles.
But some you've paid for articles for some of my party propaganda articles. I do believe I don't pay for.
For party-related articles, I have. For the Department of Defense articles, I have.
Yeah.
For government stuff, I have.
But you didn't pay for this 10 Shiba as a loser or anything like that. It's actually doing pretty well. I mean, I got 31 votes. It's the #1 article right now.
No, I didn't pay for this article, and I don't pay for my own articles.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I'm really happy and stuff about the community support for that. I'm just saying thanks to everybody who actually supported this article. I'm very happy with the success. I mean, it's very controversial, of course, but what's going on with Senna Max then? Let's get into that actually. Maybe we should let me pull up Cinemax's article on the screen then. If he wants to talk.
Greetings, Cinemax. We pulled your article up on the screen a moment ago, and we just thought it might be entertaining to have you on the show and have the conversation about these issues. Get them out there in the public.
There we are, one pissed off soldier.
Yeah, it's just some issues that I've been running into lately. Like people demanding supplies or they'll leave the MU or something like that. It's just very irritating on my end, especially when they were told our supply person was going on vacation. They're like asking me for supplies. I'm like, I don't even request supplies from the MU. I am not the controller of the supplies for the MU. That is totally on USAF's side. I have no control over it whatsoever.
So there's a breakdown in command structure during this hiatus.
Basically, yes.
Well, hopefully things get together soon. And what MU are you in again?
What was that?
And what MU are you in, just for the listeners?
USAF.
Do you think this is gonna
Stands for United States Armed Forces.
All right, thank you.
Do you think this is gonna affect the dictatorship fight at this point?
I'm staying out of the dictator fight because if it succeeds, then I won't have any vote on the forum. If I gamble and fail, then I won't have any vote on the forum from that point forward. So I'm just gonna not do nothing.
Pretty much the best solution is to stay out of it at this point. I mean, the official.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
I just stay out of the fight. I just don't even do anything.
I guess the official BC stance, Bear Cavalry stance, is that we're just going to be neutral on the issue. Is that correct, Jimmy?
I'm not going to be neutral on the issue. I don't like the dictatorship. It goes against my ideology. I don't care if I win this game. That's not what's important.
The importance is community, of course. Yes.
Exactly, and we need to organize each other and work together with each other, and it needs to be necessitated by the fact that we don't have a dictator.
So, Cinemax, I actually have not heard this from you. What is your, I guess, opinion on the dictatorship?
You know, I keep in mind that it's a game and everything, but we have a Congress module for a reason, and we have a Congress for a reason. And just to play Congress in the meta doesn't do anything for us, you know, because, one person has overall control of the mechanics in game, and he or she could go rogue on the issue and just vote how he or she wants in game. So,
Mm.
it is what it is, and I mean, I have nothing against our current president slash upcoming dictator, but in the future it could become a problem.
Some people see it the other way around, though. I mean, I understand your point of view. Some people think that Congress is a threat.
You know, Congress has been a hot mess since last term and probably the term before that. I don't know. I mean, I'm no longer in Congress anymore due to an issue that I fixed myself, which many people don't believe I should have done that. But, there's just so much drama in Congress right now. It's, stupid. It's a game. Some people just don't understand that.
Yeah.
I can relate. It is just a game, and no matter what we do, our property is unassailable, and we're invincible. We can't be killed.
I feel you, Cinemax. I know what it's like. I'm, I don't know. I told you I'm recently getting some hit back against recent shit I've been doing. So I mean, it's very hard being ostracized by the community. I mean, but this constellation, it doesn't matter. I mean, what actual fallout did your proposal really actually do? I mean,
To me, it was just a beginner's mistake. I've never seen the Congress modules before, and I made a button clicking mistake. You
yeah,
know,
but the thing is that no harm came out of it. It comes down to that there's just people who are taking this game way too seriously and that don't actually
exactly.
yeah. I mean, I had a conversation with Fingerguns the other night, and she was talking about how she doesn't particularly even really care. She thinks everybody's getting all worked up about oh, the dictatorship module. It makes all these mechanical sense, and we have to do things this way. So she's like, well, what's the point? Like, does it really actually matter in the end? Do we really need to spend all this time focusing on all these trite issues?
If it wasn't for the dictatorship issue, there wouldn't be a lot of discussion in Congress, to be honest with you.
That's a good point. I mean, it's a contentious. I mean, it definitely makes for an interesting. It causes friction. It's a very good in a game that's kind of about role. As much people like to deny it, this game is a predominantly role playing game. So I mean, it does make for a good role playing kind of. You have two sides, inevitably just struggling over a path to this nation. If you know what I mean. Dictatorship is always at a head. Yeah.
The dictatorship module was just the last piece of the cake right there, because Plato's Republic was written about an authoritarian state anyway, and I don't know how he left that out in the first place.
Are you reading the dictatorship developer notes or something like that? Because I was reading those, and they were quoting Plato.
No, I read Plato's Republic.
Oh, well, they were quoting Plato. So when they actually launched the dictatorship module, they quoted Plato's Republic. That was my point.
Yeah.
That was like the first opening line, so, I mean, I'm okay with the dictatorship, but the dictatorship's too easy to actually win. That's the big problem with it.
I agree. I disagree with the part about democracy leading to a dictatorship. Possibly a republic does, but that's not what we got. We don't have a democracy. We have a republic.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's a more of a contentious philosophical issue. I think his whole entire point, though, I mean, you can kind of see this now. Like, so you had kind of the foundation of the American Republic, and you had all these liberties and stuff like that, but the need over time to expand those powers and grow as a government has kind of led to centralization of power. And when you start to centralize power, just like Centomax was saying, when you have centralized power, you'll eventually lead to somebody who is going to abuse it.
It's just inevitable. Someone is going to abuse it. I mean, I'm not saying one certain person is going to, but somebody will abuse it in the future.
And I guess that's kind of, I guess, what the point is, that dictatorship will eventually rise out of a democracy, is because it's too hard to get things done in a democracy, so there's a tendency to centralize power for efficiency over time.
And yet, we will let it happen when they do. We will let them establish a dictatorship, and it's pretty much the way it is, just because, it's a lot easier than trying to fight the system.
Most definitely.
In that case, if we let them establish a dictatorship, we don't get blacklisted and shit, of course.
There's always that blacklisting, it's not a bad thing, not being blacklisted. I mean, you can vote, you can do all sorts of shit.
Yeah, because the forum kind of makes it where you couldn't vote otherwise.
Yeah, definitely get a forum. Let's see.
I do agree that the forum is a problem, and I'm beating a dead horse here when I say that.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely bias. There's no question about it. It creates a bias. There's no liberty there unless you're within a certain clique.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean,
of which I am not a member.
So, I mean, if you go back to the forum, part of the reason why I was banned for like a day or so, what was that? In sort of the congressional thing, Tenshibo, you read my article, essentially. Tenshibo, and you kind of looked at the thing, Tenshibo kind of called him a fucking retard. And, that's really uncalled for, so I literally responded saying, and called him like a faggot and stuff like that, so, like, but Tenshibo didn't get shit.
It's so funny that the faggot is a word that got you fucked up, that got you booted. That's messed up, because, man, he says all kinds of screwed up shit. He's always talking shit there. Saying crazy things.
Oh, no, man, let me actually, just for the sake of things, I said, how about I beat you up, faggot? That's what I told him. Just to be completely fair. I did also say that I did threaten him because, but let me clarify that.
Well, that's a different story.
To be fair, I probably shouldn't have done that, but still. I still don't think I should have, man.
You can't have that there, because in that case, well, I'm just saying.
To be fair, I have no particular problem with.
It'll keep going because it's a beef that's in Congress, and it's disruptive to everybody. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's the only reason I'd have a problem with it.
My stance is that I have no particular problem with actually being banned. I think it was perfectly fine. I'm just upset that Tenshibo does not equally get banned for all the shit that he has said.
If you want to fuck Tenshibo up, hey, I got no problem with that. I'm just saying.
I was like, I didn't even threaten.
You should have done that.
I didn't even. I mean, you could say it's semantics. Of whether I was threatening to beat him up. All I was just saying was, kind of like, are you gonna keep on talking shit, or I'm gonna have to, like, what's going down here? You know what I mean? But
yeah, I ain't gonna try to play Captain Save-A-Ho in the case of Tenshibo.
I mean, look, I'm, you know what I mean? No, I wasn't really. My point is, I wasn't really trying to threaten Tenshibo. My point is that Tenshibo, just shut up. Do I need to shut you up? Shit like that. That's my point. Yeah, But, you know, you should always keep your anger in control. It still wasn't very nice that I did it, but the whole point wasn't that I wasn't even banned. The interesting thing is that
I got a hot head, and in the heat of the moment, things happen when people push the right buttons. But, you know it's wrong. You know it was wrong, and that's the important part. You are repentant about it.
Like, I don't know. From the Tenshibo article, there was a lot of controversy over whether, like, about the ban, for example. I kind of like, so let me try and I didn't even try to focus on it. The whole point of the article was it's not cool that Franklin Stone is getting fucked with unprovoked. Franklin Stone does not provoke shit.
That's Frank's problem. Frank needs to be more of a hard ass, and everybody else has been a hard ass for Frank while he's being made fun of. Everybody else has been taken up for Frank.
Oh, Fingerguns.
But I don't
Fingerguns just
really
showed up.
I don't really have a problem with Frank. I like Frank, and he's right about the shit Frank says. He goes a little too far, but some of us do, have a tendency to do that. He's not the only person to post crazy shit on the forum.
Oh shit! You should be looking at the. Are you looking at the Beam chat right now?
I'm not there, no.
Alright, well, let me read off Fingerguns' comment. Fingerguns does provoke shit. I asked to get my money back for COs, and he's like, your sugar daddy doesn't take care of you. I really can't speak on that because I think Jimmy is probably more apt to speak on that, so.
Where's my sugar dad?
Are you on the Beam chat, man?
No, I told you.
Get on the Beam.
Get on the
Just read the chat. You don't have to have an account. Just sit on there and read the chat. Something I think this is something that you should answer because since you're more directly involved with the MU.
What question was there in regard to the MU? I don't see that. Well, Frank's not the only one that talks shit on the forum. Just saying there's a double standard for a lot of shit.
Okay. Fair enough, Fingerguns. But my whole entire point is that I've not seen such a thing where Frank can literally. Okay, my whole defense of Frank, maybe he's talked shit. I don't particularly care. Everybody talks shit. My general point is that there's tons of examples where Frank has just completely gone and just posted something legitimate, and then he gets dogpiled on by a bunch of people. I mean, you can say whatever you want about, oh, Franklin Stone, he was being an idiot with his post, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But still, it's really no reason just to be a complete dick to him en masse.
Yeah,
that is
Fingerguns. Nobody's innocent, but we are certainly innocent of banning people from the forum and things like that. Yeah. And if that happens, I'll do my best to correct it.
I mean, we were talking about last night about how Congress just doesn't want to really get anything done, just wants to engage in just pettiness. I mean, this is just I'm just saying this is an example of pettiness where you can get lots of engagement when Franklin Stone makes a post, just because, oh, fuck Franklin Stone, as a general meme. More people, like lots of people, instead of actually wanting to discuss things, are super engaged just to fuck with Franklin Stone. That's my general point.
Yeah, that was definitely out of line, and there's a lot of things that go on that's out of line, and there's double standard towards things. Maybe someday we can change the balance of things, and we can get some people in that are favorable to us, that don't hate our asses so much. Since Shibo, we just can't get along with, Stephen Colbert is all right with me. Anyways.
Oh, yeah, Stephen Colbert has actually been pretty nice. I mean, he doesn't vote the way that we do on most issues, but he's actually been nice. He was actually very helpful with the thing. He reached out to me and was like, oh, I didn't ban you for saying that, and then, kind of led to figuring out, oh, what was I actually doing? Let's see.
Yep, I was hoping for the minister guy to be the Speaker of the House this month. Speaker of the House is the the office we've been referring to.
But Fingerguns, the whole. I'm not going to speak on the whole thing, but just in the recent Tenshibo's Aluza article, the whole point was, hey, on the budget issue, Franklin Stone was making an actual budget point, defending him that this is a legitimate thing, and saying, hey, look, look at this information. I have it right here in the article. It says, here's their spending reports. This is important information that people should have to know just to understand where their money is going. It's an accountability issue. I mean, the whole point was to actually defend his whole entire idea. I mean, I do understand what you're saying. Yeah, and I know you agree with it, but I can speak. I can only speak on myself. That's my point. I'm sure you could talk about other people, but okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you actually are right. Sorry about that. You did defend him, yeah. It's hard. It's hard to understand your context when you're just talking in chat. You want to come on the show?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing exactly, but I can actually read, so this time I'm able to keep up.
I'm just like, okay, yeah.
Usually I'm used to listening to Kameko talk on here, and he's doing the same thing, reading, and I don't know where he is reading from.
Yeah, you're on the beam, finally.
I don't know where he's being prompted from, so I'm lost sometimes.
Yeah, it's okay, man. I'm like reading from the beam. I'm also throwing together an article for our podcast. You know, I'm doing everything, man. Great. We also have since Kameko had, I mean, let me correct myself there. Since Kamiko ran the beam and I'm now taking over for the beam. It's
Kameko.
It's actually Kamiko. Yeah.
All right. He's going to rant about that.
Yeah. I'm sure he's actually going to listen to this podcast when it goes up on YouTube later. If he's not already listening. I watch the podcast usually, like, sit and, like, even if it's like 3 hours, usually watch it at least once. But I'm back.
If you don't watch the podcast, you're not informed.
That's true. You know, we're keeping people up on all the most important issues. Actually, let's talk about the dictatorship right now.
And if you listen to the podcast, you're misinformed.
It's true. I mean, there could be people who, I mean, it's very, very hard. You can be you can be informed without listening to the podcast, but you have to spend a large amount of time. We get such a good, diverse cast of characters on here that we can actually talk about shit. You know, so. I'm not an expert on everything. Jimmy's not an expert on anything. Kameko's not an expert on anything. But if we just, like, merge our knowledge together, we can just be good enough to pass as, like, a super genius.
I would agree. Let's merge our brains together and create one super intelligence.
Yeah, it looks like the dictatorship is just massively destroying. See. Yeah, they're already up to 22 points, so to our 0. So yeah, I think we can call this as the dictatorship is back. That means I should start a vote. Just I think I'm gonna have to do it now. I'm going to propose that live on stream. I'm going to. Just for shits and giggles, going to propose a vote to impeach Fingerguns.
It's too late now.
Yeah, but I can still propose. I can still propose a law.
We should have done that while we had the chance, man.
I don't even hate
now
Fingerguns.
It's just gonna get you in trouble.
I don't even really hate Fingerguns. Like, I made, like, people think, like, oh, the only thing is I made one attack article against her, just because I thought, like, oh, her one article is kind of crap. I mean, just in my opinion, I disagreed with some of the ideas in her article. Maybe there was a miscommunication there. I really don't particularly care. That's old hat. And also, she's really associated with Pfeiffer. And me and Pfeiffer haven't really, you know, we don't have a good history.
She's a hardcore Pfeiffer supporter. I mean, seriously, if you knock Pfeiffer down, she would jump on your back and claw your eyes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Sounds like you were just talking about a bear for a minute, but I came into the room in the mid-sentence, so...
Hey, I don't know for sure, but I'm just speculating. I think that's what would happen. Watch your back, man, if you go after Pfeiffer. She's booted me several times from different channels for fucking with him. But he started it.
Yeah, I think though I'm going to turn over a new leaf with Pfeiffer. I'm gonna try to, because I was like, maybe I've been a little bit mean to Pfeiffer. I shouldn't have called him a cuck or anything like that, or insinuated, he's just a loser or anything like that. That was kind of really mean, and shit. Like that's kind of mean. I mean,
he was childish, but hey, I can get childish too. I can sink that level when he pushes the right buttons.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do acknowledge that I kind of told Fingerguns this. Like, I went after it for just cheap laughs, really. I mean, I was like, hey, let me just put a stupid Pfeiffer joke here, just to fuck with Pfeiffer, and
I try to avoid that because, who wants that? I don't want that. Nobody does, really. It's a buzzkill, and it hurts the community, the U.S. at large. It's more at stake than just our ego.
Yeah, it's true.
That's a good show, U.S. at large. I like that show.
And what are you talking
about? I'm unfamiliar with it, by the way.
What's up?
I'm unfamiliar with that show.
Yeah, you just drop something. You're just like, oh man, the show, I love that show, man. Show's amazing.
Hey, plug your show. I don't give a shit. Plug it. Take your shirt off. Twirl it like a helicopter too while you're at it.
Sorry, to speak in my mind, I probably shouldn't do that, but
Sento Max, speak your mind. This is the show, man. It's QAnon Live with your hosts, your boy D Money, Jimmy Cincinnati, and Kameko. It's about speaking your mind. Stolen. Drop it like it's hot, man. Do it. Say whatever the fuck you want. Come on, do it. Come on, Sento Max.
Sento
Max.
Give me a second.
Aye.
You got the floor. We need some theme music for Sento Max.
I mean, I can't play that much because, don't want to get a copyright claim on the YouTube video.
Fuck YouTube. They're going to sell us out anyway. Put a bunch of commercials in it.
Yeah, I have no commercials on the videos at this point, so... Yeah, I mean, if we're big enough, why not sell out and just take a little bit of money? Damn. Yeah, why not? Why not sell out, man? What do you have against sellouts, man?
They make money.
Exactly. So I mean, ultimately, you want to make money.
I just want stuff that I can get with money.
That's true. But money is almost as good. Just one step removed. But sometimes you get stuff as well. People are, like monthly clubs.
And a place to keep stuff.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say monthly club. Like, for example, there's a big thing where they have like monthly clubs, like Dollar Shave Club, or like Record of the Month Club. By the way, you should subscribe to a Record of the Month Club because you can get some very nice vinyl pressings. There's one that I like. It's called Vinyl Me Please. I do believe that their current monthly album is Person Pitch by Panda Bear. It's a decent album, yeah. Last month, you should have subscribed last month because they had Nina Simone Sings the Blues, and I'm just going to say Nina Simone, very amazing blues singer.
Speaking of plugging stuff, I respect that. No problem there.
And you see, in the future, if we became big enough, they would actually pay us to say that, and they'd give us free vinyl pressing, so...
Yeah, well, I don't trust them. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fine.
They are going to try to screw you. Us.
Who?
Us is thems, man.
I don't know, man. These people seem pretty cool. I'm saying that Vinyl Club, they're pretty cool, man. What do you have against Vinyl Me, please? What do you have against the nice people at Vinyl Me, please?
What have they done for me?
I don't know.
They got to win my respect first.
Do you like Vinyl?
I'm not trying to please them. I don't trust them.
Do you like Vinyl Records?
I don't have any use for them. Even the mixing can be done on a computer better now.
I mean, I just like playing them, man. Sitting back,
Scratch record and everything. What's the sense in buying vinyl? It's just a waste.
I mean, it's not nice to keep around, You can just, sit back, flip the record, It's nice.
It's just for show, Of course, it makes you look cool.
I'm saying I like collecting. I actually have a bit of my favorite records that come out. I got Kevin Gates. Just shout out to Kevin Gates, pretty dope rapper. Got his new shit. I mean, it's a way to support people as well. Instead of buying their like useless MP3s or their like CD, you can get a vinyl for a little bit. Yeah.
Hey, I like the DJs, don't get me wrong, but I like to see people remix it, and you'll need to have a record player to do that.
Oh, I know what you mean. I'm saying I just like to keep records around just to play, I mean. Like The Ritual, fun shit.
Of course, some of the best stuff I've seen is improvised, but it'll never be that good again because the mood ain't going to be the same.
I feel you.
At shows and shit, where I've seen DJ Eileen break out with some Metallica remix or something like that, and it was just the right time.
Just the right time.
She felt it,
I feel you, man. I feel you.
Paul Oakenfold was supposed to be there tonight, but he didn't show. And she just knew the mood was right for it.
Trying to think what I should say for article.
It.
I have no idea what you're talking about now. You just lost me, man. Like, different time.
I was at a rave in Detroit.
Yeah.
And these were pretty big DJs at the time. DJ Eileen's is from up there, but Paul Oakenfold's British, and he did end up showing up, but he was over an hour late, and he only played for like 20 minutes, so I don't even want to mention his name really.
Oh, did you hold some sort of a grudge against him or something? Like, fuck that guy, not showing up.
Yeah, he showed up late, and his shit didn't work right when he got there, and I felt like he had an ego problem, which I do too, but fuck him, I paid money to see that.
Yeah. I mean, so what'd you do?
Watch the show. You know what I mean? Took it. What am I gonna do?
Took it like a bitch. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much, He did show up to the show.
Jimmy, do I look like a bitch to you?
Well, this shit just got weird.
No, I was just joking. 'Cause, you know, Jimmy Hughes is that fucking you know his avatar in the game.
Yeah.
What?
Remember that scene? You know, it's like
What?
does Marcel Wallace look like a bitch to you? It's like, no.
What?
And why you fucking him like a bit? You know, remember that? You remember that fucking scene?
What?
Shut up, Jimmy. What are you going, what?
You missed your cue, man. I set you right up for that line.
Oh, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Jimmy. I thought I was...
Say what one more time, motherfucker. Say what again, I dare you.
Man, I don't
Right?
even know. I can't even remember this shit. As much as I'd want to remember the shit, I don't remember the shit right now. It's been a little too long. I think you're a little too obsessed, maybe. I was just saying, you know, I don't know, man.
Well, I do remember that line. I haven't watched it for, I don't know, a decade or more.
I mean, I've only seen it like maybe I think I saw it maybe like only a few years ago. But I'm 19, so I mean you can't really blame me for that. I mean, I'm sure you probably that was a little bit more. I mean, you are like a bit older than me. You're almost like 20. You're almost 20 years older than me. It's a long time, man.
I'm old enough to be your father for sure. You've got children that are older than you.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, a child that's older than you.
Yeah. My parents.
I almost got children that are older than you. That's funny.
I mean, he has children that are older than me, but
I don't have children, but you know,
I don't have any children.
I don't want any children.
Yeah, children are crap. Jimmy should have worn a condom.
Hey, you should work on your attitude toward children because they're your future. They're going to be someday defending your ass.
Man, like, I'm just saying.
People are going to be like, hey, that old fucker, you know, I'm not defending his old ass when he's getting robbed. Or, you know what I mean? I'm not joining the army to defend these old pricks.
Look, I'm a youngin'. My whole entire point, my point about wear a condom is you shouldn't complain about children, or you shouldn't complain about people, you know, like, for example, you shouldn't complain about children if you had children, you know what I mean? You could have wore a condom. That's all I'm saying. Once you have them, you've waived a large... I mean, you can still complain about them, but you've waived a large amount of complaints there.
Hey, our purpose on the face of this planet is to consume mass quantities. And we need to reproduce in order to consume larger quantities.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. We're here. That's the theory of entropy. We're here to break things down.
That reminds me of I was watching this thing the other day. I mean, it was kind of a little bit meh, but he made some good points. He was talking about some research that people are more likely to be gay when, like you said, the whole entire point that the reason why people are born gay is that
nobody's born gay. It's a social construction.
Well,
sexuality.
His entire thing is that here's the argument. It's an evolutionary argument that's saying gay people serve the utility that they can still be effective producers, but they're still at consumption. They consume far less, mainly because they don't have as many children, gay people. So if the tribe needs to still have people who can actually be producers, but won't have children that will take up resources, or mates, for example, because mates are a very rare resource, then you would increase the amount of gay people in the population. That is essentially their thing. Is that his essential argument is that is an inherent trait that our species should have the gay trait around maybe like 10% or something like that. That was his whole entire argument, and that there'd be if there's a lack of resource, there'd be a slightly higher increase in homosexuality via like things that are going on in the womb, because there's obviously things that
we have the highest consumption, so I don't think that resources really influences how many gay people there are.
Well, no, his whole entire thing is that there is actually scientific evidence that has shown that when you actually do have lack of resource, it does actually increase the likelihood that the child is born, that child end up being gay.
Well, we do have the highest consumption in the United States.
Well, it's not lack of resources.
Not necessarily the highest gay population. We don't have that, but we don't discourage it.
I think it's actually China. China has one of the highest gay populations, I do, but like in terms of percentage of population. I mean, a large chunk of the world doesn't actually keep track of that information.
That's because the kid limit. You know what I mean? The fact that there aren't as many women, people are still going to have sex, you know what I mean? So they are more likely to have sex with a guy because there's less women.
Well, gonna keep repopulating.
The whole thing, though, one of his arguments, though, is that, like, the whole thing that gay people should be around 10 or something % is that, let's just say you're in a family that does have the gay gene, but it only shows up, like, not that often. You could have, for example, a child. Like, for example, let's say you have one child that's gay. He could then still be...
There's no gay gene. That flies in the face of logic.
There obviously is a gay gene.
Here's why that flies in the face of logic. Because if you're gay, you don't reproduce. So you don't pass on the so-called gay gene.
But what you forget is you forgot the fact that genes are just information. It's how they're represented. The whole entire point is that you could still have a gene, as long as that gene still has a positive benefit, even if a negative benefit. Because essentially the whole entire thing is that the negative benefit of actually having a gay my point is that a family will be better if they have like some gay children, because the gay children can be can do things, but they can take up less resources. That's the whole entire point of the idea of the gay gene. Or, for example, the gay gene...
I think it's overthinking it. Creating everybody's is bisexual, and social stratification or social construction creates, our social order creates sexuality.
I don't necessarily know. I mean, I'm just saying biologists tend to think differently. I mean, they have an evolutionary theory for... I mean, that's how evolutionary theories work. It's the idea of trying to figure out, like, what are the actual reasons and explain different behaviors or phenomena that are, in species. And we obviously know that there is homosexuality as a behavior, and so trying to understand why does the behavior exist. If your thing was completely true, I mean, why still do most people choose to be heterosexual? It's not social program, it's the fact that...
I think that anybody that chooses to reproduce, period, is somebody who's more sexual, period.
No, I mean, but my whole point is that there has to be a reason why most people are heterosexual. Not everybody's bisexual. There are people that are just heterosexual, naturally born that way. Pretty much because the fact is that that's the most beneficial way to have it. That's the most obvious, intuitive way for society. If there was no inherently heterosexual people, then you could put a species at severe risk.
There's no inherently heterosexual people, no. And no inherently gay people either.
I would tend to disagree with that. I think there's some people that are just inherently born... Okay, now there is middle ground of people, and there is bisexual, and there is people who are spectrum, but you're going to see a large amount of people float towards heterosexuality because there's an overall benefit from it. A species that was just naturally bisexual would be far less able to exist than if we had like two species that were in competition with each other, or two variations. One was inherently heterosexual, or inherently very heterosexual, and one was inherently bisexual. The more inherently heterosexual and the more would definitely compete the more inherently bisexual species. Just doesn't make any sense evolutionarily.
Yeah, the evolutionary thing with the gay people doesn't make sense either.
Yeah,
if there was a gay gene, it would be bred out because they don't reproduce.
But the whole entire point is that you can still have the gay gene in your line without actually being gay. Is that the gay gene is a combination of factors that are in the womb and after you get out of the womb. It's a combination of factors. You can have the gay gene, and gay genes can also manifest differently in other people. Having a gene doesn't necessarily guarantee a specific behavior. It just guarantees that you're in a specific direction. There's a direction essentially. There's one theory is that there's a gene that causes male homosexuality, or I don't mean causes, but is linked to male homosexuality. But if women have the gene, it makes them more straight. It makes them hyper sexually attracted to men. So I mean, if you have,
they're saying there's not a social construction around sexuality.
Well, yes,
but
it's a combination.
And that the gay gene can be passed on, even though gay people don't reproduce.
But if women get this gene, the whole entire point is that it behaves differently in different people. It's a sexual dimorphism. Women act differently with the gene than men. The gene makes you more attracted to, men, essentially. So if women have the gene, they're more attracted to men, which means they have more babies. That is the theory, because there is a link between mothers who are very, very hyper attracted to men, in terms of, I guess, mothers being very slutty and stuff like that, and actually having homosexual male children. Maybe it's social construction, but there is some. But people can look at children when they're born, have a very good amount of odds of actually predicting if they're homosexual at this point. Not perfect, but there's definitely patterns that you can look for that are better than random.
I've seen some in real life.
I think you actually talked about. Actually, I think I've talked to you about this before, and you said something. You brought up a story of like
two lesbians that are in an adopted family. They're unrelated to each other or the family, but they both grew up to be lesbians in a lesbian household.
Yeah, I mean, the best you can say is that there was think about this. Some people would actually say that female attraction, or woman is attracted to a female, occurs maybe at let's say 1 in 20%. So let's just say you had every family. Let's say you had a sample size of lesbians, and they adopted 2 female children. You would still 1 out of 25 lesbian families that adopted 2 female children would have that happen to them, if you know what I mean. So I mean, it's just a matter of chances. I mean, you can't just pick one example. 1 in 25 isn't that much. That's all I'm saying. I mean, that's pretty frequent. That's just because women can grow up to be lesbians or bisexual or have attraction. I mean, it doesn't really prove anything.
Also, I know one other person that's a straight homosexual that won't mess with. The only person I know that acts like women disgust them type. You know what I mean? Homosexual. Like I'm so homo, which it seems like a front. Really, he acts like a woman. And stuff. He talks in a talks with a high pitched voice and stuff, and tries to pretend he's a woman.
Hey, how's it going?
He was also raised by a woman. The only gay people I know were raised by a woman.
Yeah, I mean that goes into the whole hypothesis earlier, is that mothers projecting their, for example, let's just say you are raised by. Remember I told you about my theory earlier that it's actually just the mother's overpowered sexuality that is affecting children. If the parent is divorced, if you're a single mother, then the child has more chance to actually be exposed to the parent's sexual behavior, which could affect them, because there is the correlation there, as I told you. So that's a perfectly legitimate thing that you're saying. And there is some evidence to support that, yeah.
Could be that they're talking a lot of crap about the opposite sex as well.
What do you mean?
Because I've heard some parents say messed up stuff. So it could be that they're talking some messed up stuff about the opposite sex. The parents to impressionable children.
That's possibly true.
Hey, I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee.
Cool.
And I think we should have a moment of silence for Frenchie because he couldn't make it tonight.
Yeah, R.I.P. Frenchie.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, what's up?
We gotta get some guests on here.
Yeah, I know. Fingerguns said she would be on, but has essentially negged on that, so let me check. There's nobody that joined our voice channel, so I don't know.
We started talking about sexuality, and they weren't comfortable with that.
I actually saw a spike in our viewership when we started talking about... Oh, hey, Fingerguns just posted in the chat. Yeah, I actually saw a spike. We were sitting at, like, snugly at 3, but then we jumped up to 5 when we were talking about sexuality, actually, so... We're like, ooh, some interesting debate on sexuality. She had to give her kid a haircut.
Well, whatever gets the viewers. I'll get naked if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, this is a, I guess, 18 plus stream, technically, but I don't know if we can get naked. I'd have to check the,
Too late?
I mean, nobody can see you, though, so we don't have cams, but maybe we can get you on camera. Yeah, my freaking boss, doesn't have enough money to pay my salary, so I guess I'm going to have to resign. Pardon.
I'm naked now.
Oh, okay, that's
and according to your boy's theory, all my kids are going to be homosexuals.
No, it's actually only the mother, it seems. So, get your wife naked, and then... And also have her have other men around, you know? Get your wife to cheat on you a lot, and then maybe your children grow up to be homosexuals. Yeah. Who knows? But it's not conclusive, you know. You can be a non-cheater and still have homosexual children, you know. You know what really pisses me off? When you work, when you have overtime tickets...
I'm not worried about what the kids do with their dick when they grow up, but I would like to have some grandchildren, you know, pass on my legacy and what have you.
Yeah, I feel you. What really pisses me off, when you know, essentially the work medal says, oh, you worked like 30 times. When you have overtime, that should actually count towards your work medal, you know what I mean? Like, you know, if you work twice a day, you should then get 2 progress for your hard worker medal.
Maybe. But that would take too much work by Play-Doh.
No, it really wouldn't. They would just have to, like, you know, there's probably some sort of line in the code that says, oh, when you press the work button, increase the thing by 1. All they'd have to do is just say, increase it by 2. Just like 1, they have to change 1 line in the code, probably.
I'd rather it didn't.
Why not?
It's more experience.
Yeah, but you see what that actually might help the game because it would actually make. Okay, but think about this: it might actually make Q2 housing more productive, which would actually drive up the demand to spend gold. So even though they'd be paying out a small amount more gold, they would definitely get a lot more initial investment to build Q2 factories and stuff, and that'd be a lot more hype. And then you'd have to, now that Q2 factories are now viable, you're not even splitting more and more resources to it, so.
Well, write a petition.
Yeah, nobody's gonna hear me. I'm sure they'll just be like, nope, just gives out more gold, so whatever.
Yeah, Plato's not a fan of that, I'm sure.
My whole entire point is it fundamentally fucks with the market, so if you know, because essentially people need to consume twice as much, so that means it just increases the demand for actual labor, so. So, I mean, at this point, almost everybody's consuming a house. But then if you have to have everybody consume twice as much, that's a sizable thing, you know?
I'm sure everybody that's selling food raw materials on the market doesn't mind.
Oh, yeah, I have actually a lot of food. Occasionally, I mean, it's not really worth it now, but I mean, occasionally I just drop. Like, I have 11,000 food raw materials in my inventory right now.
Food, just food in general. I don't know why I said raw material.
Oh yeah, but food raw materials are up pretty nice actually. Like shit, for a while you could barely get like. So like you could get like maybe like one, like I think it was like two, maybe like sometimes 1 cent, 3 cents, stuff like that. But now it's like 12 cents per raw material. I'm just saying that's pretty nice. I mean. Like, for example, if I sell off, like, let's say I drop 10,000 raw materials right now. What will that give me? Yeah, that's actually really easy. I don't even know what I'm doing. Let's just... Yeah, it's like over $1,000 right now. Which is alright, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, an extra $1,200, not that bad. Yeah, I think I'll just do that since I have a surplus.
I don't really pay attention to how much profit I'm making.
Yeah, I'm not making profit on anything. I don't have any employees right now. I had some employees that were working at $100, so I was actually keeping airplane raw materials production, but I don't have anybody. My employees ran away because I stopped playing for like a few days. You remember when I stopped doing that, and my employees ran away, so...
Yeah. I gave my employees a bonus because I fell behind. You know what I mean? I wasn't giving them as much as they're supposed to make, as much as they could have made.
Well, no, the whole entire thing is that I didn't really give a crap. You know, I just wanted my profit. So I was actually making like a good amount of money every day. But you see, you can only have so many people actually work for you, if you know what I mean. Like there's like a fill up. Like after a long time, you know, you have only a certain amount of work, so that kind of collected up, and then eventually they were no longer able to work, so then they just resigned because they were just two clickers who
Yeah, plus you want to save up work, and you want to save up materials, you want to save up everything you can until the market is favorable.
Yeah, at this point I'm not producing. I was making a lot of money. Like I was making a shit ton every day with almost no. I invested something like 50 gold, and I was bringing in a lot of money during the housing, but it's not even worth it at this point because at the current wages and everything, I would lose $50. So if I just try and do it like legitimately, just with no actual try and like rig or try and coerce anybody, I'd only make like $50, which is kind of I would lose $50 per every house that I make. So I mean, at this point,
I'm still paying below the market wages, but I give them a bonus every now and then.
Yeah. So what I'd have to do, so first of all, what I could do is I need to hire employees really cheap to work my raw material factory. That's one way to save money. And then I also probably need to find cheap employees to work my housing things. So I mean, overall, I mean, it would be very, very hard to get everything. I mean, I'm sure I could sit here and calculate how much I would have to do to make it just break even, but I mean, it's not anything good. Let's see.
All right. We'll just have a moment of silence for, let's see here. Who do we need to commemorate?
Kameko? Yeah.
Kameko, yeah, he couldn't make it tonight. Pour some coffee on the ground for Kameko.
Yeah, my dead homies drink first. So when are we going to go to Kameko's funeral?
I don't know, whenever he pays for it, I guess. I'm not paying for it.
Yeah, shit. So, let me see here for a second.
Should have had insurance.
Let's see, let's call this wage.
Yeah, I got insurance. When my wife dies, I'm building a pyramid for her. That's right, she didn't like the idea of a pyramid either. But hey, it'll last for a long time.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how much right now I'd have to pay my employees. Let's see, what is the gain per each thing? So that's 38.6%. I don't know. I wish Kameko was still around, but I know he has school and shit like that. He's a good student with a bright future, so.
Yep, sad that Kameko couldn't make it. Hey, I gotta go and take a leak and do some other personal things I probably shouldn't just say on the air, but fuck it. I'm gonna go take a leak. Be right back.
Yeah, I feel you.
All right. I'm back. What are we going to get accomplished? I was hoping Kameko would show up because he's really good at keeping these conversations going. Figured if we stalled long enough, he'd stop by. How's it going, Kameko? We was just having a moment of silence in your honor, right when you showed up. Well, I hope you see you on here soon.
I was just having a moment of silence for Eileen Dover, who couldn't make it. Holy shit, it's Kamiko.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Aw, man, I haven't seen you in a while, man. I was thinking,
Dude, I just rose from the ashes of Model UM.
oh shit, what happened? You didn't say shit while you were away.
Yeah. Basically, 3-day conference. I was pretty salty. I was like talking to Chair. I was like, "Yo, why didn't I win?" And they were like, "Cause it was." And then they gave me the whole. It was like, "It's really close spiel." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, when I was in high school, I had this competition. It was like the governor, technology bullshit, and it was really stupid. Like, if you actually want to see the most like unfair bullshit ever, like it might just be like the biggest bullshit. Like I was we did like a whole competition. We spent like we kind of like killed ourselves working on this like really dope ass like complex thing that like really worked and did some like cool engineering shit and technology shit. We had a really good presentation that really followed even the rubric, stuff like that. And like the people who won, just like, do you ever so like those things like on the internet, like YouTube videos, where like things like tell you how to build things. That's like step by step.
Yeah.
You could literally Google, and these people are just showing stuff that were just like step by step YouTube tutorials or like Instructable.com tutorials.
Holy shit!
I was like, what? And we found out the judges weren't even like qualified people. So they kind of held it in some kind of like kind of part of. I think apparently they just brought the local judges on. They didn't even pick like, oh, what are our best, most informed judges who actually like work in engineering. They got some like people who are like middle school teachers, some really unqualified people. It was like a whole. It was pretty bad.
You said like a lot.
Yeah, I'm a little bit hyped up, man. I had an energy drink, and I've also been smoking a bit, so yeah. But I did take some pills which should mellow me out a little bit as well. So eventually, have to wait for the energy drink to top off. But you get the whole point. That fuck those people.
I got the idea, and you kept the conversation going, so that's cool.
Yeah, I just went off. I figured out if I could pay people only $200 a day, I would make a shit ton of money. Only if I could pay people $200 a day. Man. So, Kameka, do you want a job for $200?
Apparently, I already have a job. I'm already like overloaded as it is.
No, I meant for in the Republic.
Don't I already have one?
Yeah, but this is less than the market wage.
Wait, aren't I like in ECC or whatever?
Oh yeah, you're working for the commune.
Yeah, they gave us like money
Tommy,
now.
Yeah, well, if you ever want to work for...
pay your taxes.
Yeah, we actually do pay taxes now.
Really?
We earn actual money now.
Oh, well, sorry about that.
Yeah.
And you should pay some taxes, or otherwise you ain't got no right to tell other people what they should be paying.
Yeah, dude, I pay my taxes every single time I click work.
I actually remember, Jimmy, somebody was saying like, "Oh, communists, they just want to take all of our money in taxes." But that's not even true. If you're a real communist, you pretty much don't actually collect taxes. You just have the state run everything, and they use
No, you don't have the state run everything if you're a communist. It means no concept of ownership. And
yeah, but even in socialist communists, even people who
socialism is different from communism. In socialism, the government owns the means of production.
yeah, but even in pure socialism, you still don't have taxes because the government owns everything. So there's no reason to actually tax people because they could just use the means of production to generate all the value the state actually needs. And they pay everybody, so what's the point? You just pay them less, and then instead of just taxing them, it doesn't really make any sense. You made. I'm saying you made this point though, that taxes don't make any sense under pure socialism.
No, under socialism they wouldn't work. But then again, this game doesn't have mechanics that would allow socialism to begin with.
Yeah. I was talking.
We can't. The government can't confiscate the means of production.
I was thinking about this. I think that the game would be a lot cooler if you, like, for example, let's say you want to start up a dictatorship in the United States. If you actually had to, like, battle it out and literally take over the entire United States, if you know what I mean. Well, you have to go state by state. Like, my own idea is you could start an internal civil war, and then you can actually fight over control of who is the official United States. And then if you gain over, like, 50%, if you gain like more than 50% of the territory, then you can then claim yourself as the official government.
It might be interesting if there was just no nationalities. It might be interesting if there was just no nationalities on the game, and we set about constructing countries from our own origins.
Yeah, my idea essentially was that you can create a country, but then there's, like, de facto countries. It makes sense if you played Crusader Kings. I'm sure if Pfeiffer was listening...
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But how many countries do you need to draw the line?
Well, my whole point
splinter off.
Is this thing will be based on... You can create a country, but it's still there's something called de facto countries, which are actually based on real countries, if you know what I mean. But the cool thing about my idea is that, let's just say we take over Indonesia. Then we, for example, if there's we have to wait for a certain period. If we can hold Indonesia for a certain amount of time, we can then claim to be the legitimate government of Indonesia. And at that point, Indonesians would then be incorporated into America. That's essentially my theory, if we wanted to. Or we could choose whatever policy, like we could, I don't know, like subjugate them or something like that.
Well, it would make the game more meaningful, but it would make Plato less profit.
Yeah. I don't know, would it? How does it fuck with Plato's profit?
It would make the game more meaningful because eventually somebody could conquer the world if that were the case. A nation could possibly conquer the world if that were the case.
I mean, you can still have, like, splinter off and stuff, but I don't think you could have one nation truly conquer the world. Because, I mean, there'll definitely be, like, for example, there'll be definite penalties for having multiple countries and stuff like that. And then eventually you'll have to deal with, like, internal problems and stuff. But I'd have to write up an entire article of, like, a theory, or, like, write up just an article as my, like,
we already deal with internal problems.
Yeah, but I'm saying there'd be internal mechanics to deal with each entire like play style a government would actually attempt to do. Like if a government decided to become a dictatorship, or became a democracy or whatever. We could also have varieties of democracies and governments and stuff like that, or
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. Allow people to create their own nations, shit like that. Yeah. So what's on your mind, Kameko? Like, you know.
I need to do some applications for summer program.
For summer programs? Yeah.
Yeah, you know those university summer programs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I probably aren't like not gonna get into any of them, but you know,
They're pretty
once
hard.
you have like the rec letters and all that shit, and like you have the transcript, you just turn them into every one of them.
You pretty much have to be a high school no life to get into those, because usually they don't even take a lot of people if you want to get into a good one.
Yeah, no, they really don't take a lot of people. Like not all the shitty ones do, right? Like the good ones, like Carnegie Mellon, Harvard, Stanford, like Columbia, they take like 5 or I don't know, they take like nobody. They advertise like a fuck ton though.
I mostly just want people to come in and just do whatever.
I mean, like, I think the reason they use the whole college board thing where they're like, do you mind if we give your information out to everyone? And you're like, sure. That's what they do. They just parse through your PSAT score, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I did really like bad shit on the SAT. I mean the PSAT. I like
Yeah, I think
bombed
about the
that so
PSAT.
hard.
I fucking hate the PSAT because like it's this whole one chance mentality, right? I mean, I also kind of don't like the whole you can game the system by taking 3 or so SATs if you have the cash, which like poor people don't have. But under the whole, you have one shot to do the PSAT, and I mean, those standardized tests, you have kind of like a scoring range of where you're gonna do it. You know, it's not like set in, it's not like the AP where like if you're a 5 kid, unless you're like really on the edge, you're a 5 kid. If you're a 4, you're a 4 kid. Like it's a pretty big distinct margin.
I'm not 100% sure. I think I took the SAT. I'm not 100% sure how many times I took the SAT.
I mean, you can take the SAT as many times as you want,
I might have
as
took
long
it
as you get in.
Twice, but my highest score I only got was like I think like 2,000 or something like that, or just a little bit, somewhere around there. But
not too bad.
I got an 800 on my math. I just really suck at fucking reading and writing. But,
I mean, I feel you.
Yeah.
Like the reading and writing section is my hardest section. I got a perfect score on math. On the PSAT at least.
I mean, a lot of people are like, "Oh shit, how did you do it?" Because the math on the SAT isn't hard. The thing that they do is they just bury you in like time, if you know what I mean. Like you have to be.
Yeah.
They're just like,
No
oh, we're gonna give you a
comp
shit ton of
simple.
questions. It's pretty much just like, can you do questions accurately? That's all they're really looking for. Not like, do you have the actual skills to do questions? Like, how accurate can you be under time constraints?
Yeah, no, like that's so true. They have so many like trick questions. I noticed on the non-calc part. The like calculator part was pretty straightforward for the most part, but like the non-calc, you had like there was one problem where they would give you this cube, right? Like this rectangular prism. They're like, okay, find the formula for the area that has the base as a side, or like as a factor. And like no one ever got that right because it was like, oh my god, the base is the factor, and then everyone just put like they did the whole thing instead of just putting the base.
I feel you. I feel like if they actually really to make it actually hard and rigorous. I mean, because they pretty much have. Pretty much most people have shown is that all you'd have to do to get good at the SAT is either just like take it multiple times, just get used to the questions. If really it's just a matter of getting used to the questions that actually improves your score, then like they've already shown that just taking it twice like improves your score massively.
So what do you guys think about E-Republic?
Europe is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm just hey, there's a. What do you guys think about us wiping England?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Nah, I don't really give a fuck. Fuck England. I mean,
Happened
it's
pretty
called the
fast.
United Kingdom, Jimmy. Stop being such an insensitive jerk.
Hey, I'm not obsessing. You know, just what do you think about us holding them down, though? Is that going to work for us, or should we
Pretty easy.
try to find some other solution?
I mean, they held us down for years. It's called colonialism. Just saying.
I mean, they can't break out of Finland.
I don't know. My ancestors fled from Romania from the Ottomans, and they went to England, so I can't talk shit about the English.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a hierarchy on like bad shit. I mean, England, then the Ottomans, then the Pakistanis. You know. Yeah. I'm just fucking.
Yeah,
around.
I guess there's bad, and then there's worse, and then there's. I mean, I guess we all had our points in history because the Americans, because we fucking did some dumb shit
Yeah.
recently in history.
I'm just fucking on the Pakistani, but
We killed a bunch of Indians because we couldn't deal with every now and then some of them would rob us, or you know what I mean. It didn't account for all the Indians, but every now and then they would rob us and stuff, so we'd force them onto reservations and things.
I don't really know if that's the actual history, but yeah.
Well, I mean, people that are out there on the prairies and stuff got plenty of opportunity to see wagons going by and stuff. You know, plenty of the opportunities there.
Yeah, I feel you. I don't know. I don't really particularly have a response for that, but
Well, there was trade routes and things that need to be protected. And that's mainly why Indians ended up on reservations and things.
A lot of people don't know this, but a large chunk of the actual Indian population had a massive die-off just from like diseases that were brought over.
Yeah, that's certainly what happened.
I mean, like the big thing wasn't even necessarily just European invention. Like most of them actually just initially died off just by actually even coming into contact with them. But yeah.
Yeah, they're placing the
They probably
dictatorship.
did get a lot of diseases, but I don't know if the numbers were as high as they say. I mean, who knows what really happened?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's archaeological evidence that would suggest that. Anyway, Jimmy, you're being so insensitive because, I don't know, we should have a native person on here to talk about this. Kameka, are you?
My grandmother's
Nope.
part native. I mean, I'm just saying, it's.
Wait, are you?
I can't feel any guilt about what happened a long time ago. We got to work on the future.
Actually, that's interesting. Kameka, are you like? It's like there's people like are you? Do you have native ancestry or are you European? Because I know like you're familiar with the comedian Louis C.K. He's apparently Mexican, but
Yeah, no. Even when you go down that family tree, it goes to European. It's not mestizo. I'm sure it was like kind of recently or something like that. But like, I'm not gonna go say I'm American Indian.
I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
we're all kind of mutts. If you've been in America long enough, then you're probably not just one, not just one ethnicity. If you go back far enough, a lot of us got a lot of different things.
So I mean, a lot of
Yeah.
people when they came over here, I mean, because originally a large chunk of the population over here and for many years was like just men. So I mean, obviously they had children and families with like natives and stuff like that. So there's a lot of that, and also just natives are completely integrated in society. I mean, most of the native population doesn't even live on reservations necessarily. A lot of them are just integrated into the regular population. Yeah.
But I'm mostly Irish because both of my parents had Irish. But that's still less than a quarter.
Alright, let's go, boys. Hey, what do you guys think about dictatorship going back up soon?
Man, fuck that shit. That's all I got to say. The dictatorship is crap, and everybody who supports it should go eat a dick.
I agree right there. And here's another solution
I
for
mean, that's
him.
very homophobic.
And here's another solution for him. There's this other game that they can play where there's plenty other fine, hot women, and they have volcanoes that belch beer and free stripper factories for everyone. So, see you there.
What are you talking about?
I'm just trying to mislead them.
Okay. I mean, they'll eventually come back. I mean, they're not gonna quit just because you say, "Oh, there's another game out there." I'm quitting and deleting everything.
They always come back.
Yeah, that's true. I can't wait till Tom Caution comes back. So.
Do you think he's coming back?
Tom's got to come back. Tom, as much as he wants to fight it, he's Socialist Freedom Party to the core.
Yeah. I mean, Tom literally, like, he came out against dictatorship. I mean, as much as he's kind of being a passive-aggressive dick occasionally, he still is ultimately, like, kind of in support of a lot of the things. I mean, sure, maybe, you know what I mean? Like, as much as he has his quarrels, he really is, like, nobody hates him. Like, a lot of people love Tom. We've elected him. I mean, if Serb if Serb wasn't running, I'm sure Tom would have won, hands down. But
yeah, and none of us dislikes Tom. It's just Tom had some different ideas from us, and I think he got upset that we could not agree on anything.
Most definitely.
I mean, I think also like the other thing is so like Wookiee, he has multis, right? Like, I think we all know that.
Pretty
much.
I'm sure that Wookiee has multis. I mean, I can't prove it. Actually, I could go and find evidence for it.
I don't think he even denies.
Plato don't seem to give a shit.
The problem is, I don't think Wookiee actually denies having multis.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure he's unrepentant about it.
I mean, I particularly don't care because I know he's. Here's the thing, though. Every party has multis, though. So, I mean, I know there's a whole big multi hunting. I haven't really actually seen much of that. I think actually, but that is the whole thing where, I mean, for a while, I mean, people knew that Wookiee had multis, but it wasn't like completely public knowledge. But then, really, in like recent history of some of the scandals, it really kind of came to everybody's attention that Wookiee has multis. So I mean, but definitely, I mean, every party has somebody with multis in it that is supporting their party. So I mean, I really particularly don't care because in the end, it's still every party's doing it. So it's okay to have a little bit of cheating because everybody's cheating.
Even some real small parties have multis, and it's like, seriously, you only got like 20-something members, but half of them's multis for real.
Yeah. Kameko, don't you have multis? Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
No.
I mean, nobody would ever admit to having multis, but...
Yeah. No one would ever admit. No, actually, if I did, they probably got banned.
No, but most people that have multis won't deny it.
That's true. I would just never put myself... If I ever did have multi, I would never put myself into a situation where that'd really mean shit, if you know what I mean.
I feel you.
I wouldn't want to have the treasury or nothing like that if I had multis, because I could get banned and fuck everybody because I got their money.
As long as you have... Apparently, as long as you're spending money on packs and gold, then apparently just don't give a fuck. That's pretty much the word. That's pretty much the contention is that, that's actually one of the reasons why I got mad at the game. So I used to pay, like, $10, like, in packs. I used to buy, like, a pack a month. And I was like, why do I keep on getting all these famous points? I thought I'm supposed to get preferential treatment. So that's why I stopped giving them my money, because I wasn't receiving my preferential treatment.
That's not where you get preferential treatment. You got to do things that contribute toward the community.
I give them money. Like, that's the greatest thing. They want money. I'm giving. It's like, here you go. Here's money out of my wallet. I'm giving you some $20 every freaking month. That's a good chunk of money. It's like, and you can't just like leave my articles up. You can't just look the other way. I don't know.
I don't know. You are supposed to get preferential treatment, but I don't know how far you got to go with that in order to get the treatment. You know?
Yeah, would I have to spend $100 a month? That's a little too crazy. I'm not dropping $100. So, yeah. When's Fingerguns getting on here? Shit.
Dropping off to overthrow a dictator. Maybe that'll get you preferential treatment because chicken. Wookie gets it, and he overthrew a dictator.
Oh shit, is Fingerguns here? Oh, there she is. Wasn't looking on. Hey, FG, what's going on, girl?
What's up?
Welcome.
Yeah.
How's
We still have a seat saved for you. I'll get it for you.
What a gentleman.
You're supposed to say that's a dick move.
That's a dick move?
Yeah.
You are an
Why?
empowered woman. You can get your own share. I mean, Jimmy's.
I'm trying to take that word back and give it a positive meaning.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a very dick move.
Yeah. Jimmy, why don't you stop being a pussy?
Thank you, Fingerguns.
And when I say pussy, I'm of course taking the word back because pussies are awesome and amazing. You go, girl.
Oh yeah, they're tough. Pussies are tough. They get to get pounding.
Huh. So, Fingerguns, would you be mad at me if since this is our last bit of democracy, if I proposed, I know it won't go through, but if I propose a, what the fuck is
impeachment?
it? Yeah, impeachment, yeah. Would you be mad
Go
if I
for it.
Oh, cool, I'm gonna do
No,
it.
I wouldn't be mad. Do it.
Let's do it.
I mean, you're going to have to, like, answer to some people, obviously, but I think it's funny.
Let's do it. Well, this is recorded and it's on stream, so I got positive, feels from Fingerguns, so you just showed them this clip.
Before attack on state.
Let's see, and president impeachment. I should do this live.
Yeah, do it. I want to see.
Cool. I'm gonna. Let's see. Okay. Let me see if I can set a debate location. Nah, whatever. Fuck it. No debate.
Link it to your beam or something.
Yeah, that's good. Link it to my beam. There we are.
Yeah, there's not much going on there. On the beam, I noticed.
We got like 4 people watching, which is alright, yeah. Cool, so awesome. So we're gonna do it. Yeah, I'm running the beam for now. My whole plan. Nobody watches on YouTube, so I'm just gonna run the beam with no fuck ups, and then just upload it to YouTube afterwards.
Was that a rush, Dylan?
What?
Was that a rush? Hitting that button?
No, I didn't even hit the button yet. I'm waiting. Should I hit it right now? Fingergun, should I hit it?
What are you waiting for?
Okay, shit, I'm doing it right now. It's proposed.
I hope it goes through.
It's like the count. It's tense, you know. It's like the countdown.
Okay, well, you can now vote for it now. Shit.
Oh shit, bro, I gotta do that.
Yeah, let's do it before she becomes dictator.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's gonna be fun to shit. I can't wait till everybody just gets fucking mad at me.
I'll go on the forum.
How long do you think it's going to take for someone to throw a fit?
Let's do that. Wait, just tell Pfeiffer.
Let's all like place bets or something on how long it's going to take. I'm going to say 5 minutes.
Oh shit! I need to change the name of my article to So my article I recently put out that was just an advertisement of the podcast was Fingergun plots to take over the world. but I'm just gonna change it now to your boy D Money launches an impeachment.
I'm gonna give it 15 minutes. I want to believe people have a life.
I'll be like, I want to believe people have a life.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody in Congress just got this alert, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see.
It's not a
Let's just watch.
dictatorship yet.
It's your boy D Money impeaches Fingerguns live on stream. Yeah, I'm gonna link you guys my article. Shout this shit out.
Yeah, I'm shouting, dude.
Let me take over.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna generate a little like blurb quick, and then
Leo the Chosen wants to become part of this conversation.
do I need to add somebody? Shit, 1 second. Oh
He
shit.
didn't say anything last
I'm
time he was on the
watching
show.
I'll add him in. Yeah.
Welcome, Leo.
Supposed to talk bullshit.
That's all we do is talk bullshit here. So you're welcome
You know,
to talk
I
bullshit
really
too.
like how incompetent you are, your boy, because the debate area link doesn't work.
Oh shit, it doesn't? Well,
Oh no!
I was like, oh, let me just post it real quick. I'm gonna fuck that up. Oops.
Good job, dude.
Oh shit.
I was just doing it real quick, man. Why you gotta hate?
Yeah, it should work.
I thought
It doesn't.
It doesn't? Oh, that's weird.
It's
Hey,
not
he
for
did
me.
it for the laughs, and that seems to be accomplished so far.
I don't think anybody would give a fuck. But my article is currently the bottom one. Yeah.
Yeah, come on. We have to
Great.
This is
vote it
going to
up.
be a dictatorship soon anyway, so this impeachment won't even go through.
Unless Fingerguns approves it.
Hmm?
I mean, if when Fingerguns is
No,
dictator,
I
she
don't
could
think she can.
approve it.
Can I impeach myself when I'm
You
a dictator?
can't.
Oh, you can't. Damn it. I mean, it
I
wouldn't
mean,
really.
unless they didn't. Unless they didn't consider the vote starting before there was a dictatorship.
Yeah. I mean, unless like. I don't know. I mean, even if you could impeach yourself, it wouldn't matter because you're still dictator.
That'd be fucking hilarious. Though.
Yeah.
Alright, just want to come in and say that later.
It's.
Just call you an idiot.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'm glad he got it off his chest, and he was part of the show, so what the hell. Come on, everybody else. Come on in, fight for
Yeah,
cost an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, you did. What did Pfeiffer call me earlier? Yeah, he was really pissed off when I said I was actually banned. Well, I got a temporary ban, so yeah, I have a blurb. I just posted in the SFP chat, so post that around.
I got you. I already posted something.
I have an article though, so.
So where do we go from here now that the president's going to be impeached?
I guess
My
I'm
days
a
are
dictator.
numbered.
Dude,
Chicken Guys is going to be the president, ain't he? We should have thought about that
Dude.
before we pushed that
We know
button.
Cubby will be. Cubby got
Cubby.
second.
Oh, it's Cubby?
yeah. 1 second, let me check on this vote because I want to make sure that I want to check because maybe I might be able to fix the discussion. Oh fuck me. Yo, this is some really stupid bullshit. They for some reason they put like okay. Like for some the people who designed
Are they
this
trying to impeach you right back?
it is not my fault. The people who designed this website are stupid. Like, I'm just gonna pull this up on. I'm just gonna switch to an actual view of my desktop quickly because,
Yeah, it's dumb.
like, okay.
But does it surprise you? I mean, this game
Okay.
is garbage.
Okay, look. So what I did is I typed in there like, oh, give me a link to your discussion area. So I typed, I copied and pasted my thing, HTTPS, :beam.pro/dmoney. And what they did is that when you post that in, they for some reason put an HTTP before that, so the link came out to be HTTP, dash HTTP. So that's why it fucks it up. People design that are stupid as shit. Like, why would you just do that? Because obviously some person could copy a link that has the HTTP already in it. My God, these people are retards.
Should I just pose like a law and make it max taxes?
Oh shit, that's a good idea. I still have another law I can propose.
I wouldn't do that because because I don't want max taxes to even be on nobody's mind. To be honest with you, I don't care if they impeach Fingerguns because she's going to be dictator in a minute anyway. But I don't want them to. I don't want nobody to be chanting that after this is over.
Cool. So
Kamiko has been noted for max taxes and should join the USWP, obviously.
Yeah. That's like the one thing Pfeiffer really wants that nobody else wants, max taxes. Yeah, it's the only time when he has like an SFP moment where people are just like, you're retarded. Cool. I can propose one more law, so...
It just makes people pay less taxes when he does that. When that happens, people pay less taxes. They all go to communes and shit. They can't afford to work.
Cool. So I need to come up with something else just to piss everybody off. Because I have one more law proposal. Why not?
I mean, let's see.
Oh shit! Wait, I can cancel the president impeachment. Looks like I might be able to do that. If I hit cancel, what does this do? Oh shit! I can't cancel it. Never mind. I was like, I guess it's just the symbol for president impeachment. I thought you could cancel it. Never mind.
Stay with us, God.
I was like, I wanted to actually get the link right, but never mind.
What's up,
Let
Hans?
me check on that.
I'm gonna have to submit a fucking request them telling that their game is fucking broken.
Who's this they? Is this something that's happening on the stream or something, and I'm missing it?
Oh shit, what does Cult of Personality want? Yo, what's up, Cult of Personality? What's going on? Oh no, the people who make... I was just explaining how the people who make the game are retarded.
Well, they do a better job than I could have.
I mean, that's true, but I'm just saying this is, like, really stupid.
So is everybody writing an article about this impeachment process or something?
No,
it got real quiet.
I'm just typing up a bug report because I'm really pissed off. I'm just really pissed off with the fact that the debate link broke just because of their own retardedness.
It's the Illuminati. It was done intentionally to compromise, to undermine you. Now let's talk about conspiracy theories.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
I was thinking the other day. I said chicken guns, and I was like, hey, is it possible that finger guys and chicken guns are the same person? Because I've never seen them in the same place at the same time, you know?
You know, yeah, because CG won't get on here. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I actually have no idea why CG won't get on here. Great.
I think that proves your theory is correct. Then we are the same person.
Pretty much.
Obviously.
Chickens Guns is finger guys. I would really wish. I think I can get Chickens Guys to change his name, but I would just need Finger Guns to change her name. I mean, that'd be really cool if you call yourself Finger Guys, but I'd even pay you the money to do it, but I don't know.
I can't do it. It's my brand.
Yeah, it's only just for a little bit, like only for like 2 months or something like that, just so we could have a joke.
Meh. Meh.
Like,
No.
Meh. Well, I'm sending off a very passive aggressive ticket to the developers.
Tell him you're gonna burn this motherfucker to the ground.
Nah. What? I have not selected any. This is complete garbage. Yes, I'm reporting a bug. I mean, this is just, like, really poor programming. Like, you can't just dynamically, like, check if the link is in proper format.
You're losing us with all this technical talk.
It's not the technical. It's like, so you have a link and it's formatted so you could, like, use it. So if somebody sends a link that's already properly formatted, then just display the link. But if it's not, then just convert something that's properly formatted. It's not technical or anything.
I'm gonna fall asleep on my keyboard, man.
Alright, so what's going on, Fingerguns? What do you want to talk about?
Nothing. I wrote an article earlier. I think you're all in it, actually.
Oh, am I? Let me look for
It's not mean, though. It's really nice.
Oh, okay. Cause I mean,
You already had me with you're in the article.
Yeah. I mean,
That's all it takes.
I thought we had a very nice conversation the other day. Like, I was like, yeah, I actually think Fingerguns is pretty nice. I have no gripe or hate towards Fingerguns anymore. Actually, I think I might even defend Fingerguns because I thought I had a real moment. I was even telling Jimmy earlier today that you've even made me reconsider about Pfeiffer.
Well, it's going a bit far, probably. Kidding. I'm just kidding. No, Pfeiffer's a cool guy.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah.
Now, I don't have a big problem with Pfeiffer. You know, and I hope we could have a big E-Republic get-together someday, and we ain't gotta have a bunch of drama and drag it there either.
I would love to, you know, go up to Pfeiffer and just give him a big hug and just embrace him. Yeah, JF, he sent me a technical correction. He was like, well, technically, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, this. I'll read it.
Some people are just like
he was
that,
like, a correction on your actual point. You know, there's actually could be a problem with the HTTPS or in addition, but I already submitted the bug report, but I understand what you're saying. Why, JF, if you have an actual particular problem beyond that, then just submit a bug report. But I do see what you're saying, because there is no... Not only does the system have a HTTP like thing that's in prior, it doesn't even allow you to do secure links as well. If that's what you're saying. I kind of gave you kind of a meh-ish glance. JF, do you want to get on the show? Or Frenchie? Or Pierre? Or whatever.
I like to call him Pierre.
I call him Frenchie.
Just because I haven't had many friends named Pierre in real life.
Yeah, you have to be French to be named Pierre, else it's a crime. It's called child abuse. Yeah. JF, just submit your own ticket, because, like, I already submitted it, so it doesn't really matter.
I've never had a friend named Frenchie, for that matter, though.
Yeah, that'd be really cool if your friend was named a derogatory term.
Yeah, at least I've actually met people named Pierre in real life.
Isn't Pierre's, like, boyfriend like no, that's not it. Like, I was like, I don't know. Yeah, it's alright. Yo, Pierre, or Frenchie, or whatever your name is, like, hop on the stream, man.
Yeah, people are gonna love your voice, man. I'm telling you.
Man, Fingerguns, Americans love accents, right?
Yeah, because we don't have any. So we love when other people got them.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks they have an accent.
I mean, I think Jimmy has a pretty, like, serious, like, Ohio accent. I have no idea where Fingerguns is from, because Fingerguns just has such a bubbly, like, voice. I don't really know where bubbly voices come from.
I'm from Oklahoma.
Oh. probably wouldn't have guessed that because I don't know what people from Oklahoma sound like.
They sound like this, but dumber usually.
What do you mean by dumber? Like they just talk slower?
They just sound dumber. Like the Oklahoma accent's weird. Like it's not quite a Southern accent. There's just some words they say weird. I don't get it.
Yeah. I was
It's
actually
kind of a
really,
hodgepodge.
I was really disappointed when Kameko didn't have an accent since he's from Texas. He's also like Hispanic, so I was like, he doesn't have a Texan accent. He doesn't have a Hispanic accent. Like, what the fuck, Kameko?
Yeah, what's up with you
I don't know
not
what to say.
confirming our prejudices?
Well, the thing is, like, there's two Texans, right? You either live in the cities, in which case, like, you believe you're better than everyone else, especially if you're from Austin or Dallas, or you live in the country and your education level is like negative 50 million. So,
West Texas, yeah. Fucking
like,
West
it's
Texas.
Austin, Dallas, Houston, like, it's all the cities, and then like the rest of the world, but like to an extreme. Kind of like Pennsylvania's kind of like that, I heard.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Like literally, I live in like a city, and so it's like tons of Hispanic people around. It's very like multicultural, and then like literally, you just like literally like 10 minutes, it's just like white suburbans and just rural countrysides, you know, stuff like that.
In Pennsylvania, yeah, like everything between Pittsburgh and Philly is just like a big trailer park mostly.
Pretty much. There's like a few cities. Like I live in Reading, just kind of like an hour outside of Philadelphia, so it's like a city, but yeah, like Philadelphia, Reading, Pottstown, shit like that. Those in Pittsburgh, those really are only places that aren't like hickish, but
Pittsburgh's kind of trashy though. Let's be real.
Pittsburgh actually isn't really that. I think Pittsburgh is a very nice city, but
It's a nice city, but the people that are from Pittsburgh, at least the ones that I've met, are like, okay, kind of. But I'm an elitist, like in my actual life, so.
Yeah, I mean, you really seem like you're just like, yeah, I think people from Oklahoma, you know, the area where I was born, they kind of talk retarded, you know? Fuck
I
those
wasn't
people.
born here. I'm like not really from here. I've just lived here for a while.
Okay, where are you from then?
And we moved a lot. My parents were military.
Oh.
I'm from here, but I graduated from a school in Kentucky, Louisville. Jefferson County High School.
I mean, you pretty much live on the border of Ohio and Kentucky.
And I pretty much grew up in Michigan.
Michigan?
You know what I mean? Yeah, when I was 18, moved to Michigan, and I pretty much grew up there. I became a man there.
Oh, you became a man?
Learned to live without my family and shit.
Became a man. Was there like a ritual involved?
Well, when you get a job, you basically become a man. A woman, too.
Well, what counts as a job?
Well, when you're out there on your own and you ain't got your family to back you up, paying your rent, or raising a family, then, you know, you're a man. Even if a woman does it.
So is Fingerguns
I'm a man. I'm a man. I've been a man for a while, too. Wow. I've learned a lot about myself tonight, guys. I appreciate it.
It's an esoteric ritual in America. You become a man when you get a job.
Yeah. I don't really know. I think I'm in a gray area of being a man. So, Fingerguns is probably far much more of a man by Jimmy's standards than me.
It's more civil than going out and killing something.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Although that does sound fun, don't get me wrong.
I mean, I thought you were a vegetarian, Jimmy, like me, so... Why would you want to kill something? That seems just very brutal and mean.
I can't help it.
Okay, well, at least you don't.
It's your fault. I blame you. You're my scapegoat, man. You say stuff that pushes my buttons sometimes, so it's all your fault.
Oh, okay. I'm very sorry.
Everybody else except me, it's their fault.
I see. So, Fingerguns. I know Kameko, like, just wants to continue eating meat and just living a very sinful and terrible life. But how about you, Fingerguns? Are you ready to give up meat?
No. I tried to be a vegetarian once. It lasted about 3 months, and then I started having dreams about like chasing down deer and taking a bite out of the side of them.
What?
So
crazy.
I know it's weird. Yeah, I was
That's-
having these dreams like every night about biting into a live deer, like after I caught it. So I decided that maybe I'm not meant to be a vegetarian.
That's a little extreme. I mean, I'm like, there's definitely meat-eating dreams where you wake up and you're just like, holy shit, I was eating meat.
Yeah, that's a little extreme. I mean, I've had some weird dreams, so I can't say that's weird. Dreams can get pretty weird.
Like, definitely for the first, around that time, like 3 months. But as long as, I think if you, like, pass around, like, 6 months to a year, if you can get that long, like, everything will just subside, if you know what I mean. So, if you would have waited out just a little longer, maybe you could have actually made it.
I guess so, but I noticed that I was mostly eating stuff that's supposed to taste like meat. It's like meat, which I don't understand. Like, if you're an anti-meat person, like, why is there so much stuff where it's like fake bacon and fake burgers and shit like that? It's like, just eat meat. You
Fake
clearly want
bacon is
to.
shit.
Yeah.
It should be a crime to call that bacon.
Oh, yeah, the only thing that's been really good is Morningstar. The Morningstar chicken nuggets. Those are really good.
All of their chicken's
chicken.
really good. I love the Morningstar stuff, and like I still eat that even though I'm not a vegetarian. I'll eat like veggie burgers and shit just because they taste good. But I don't like the stuff that's supposed to taste like meat, but it is
The-
not meat.
The fake chicken is better than the real thing. It's better than real chicken, I swear, in my opinion.
I mean, for what you're buying in
I've
terms
had
of...
them both.
But the thing is, for a lot of the chicken nuggets you would buy almost around the same price from a store are pretty crappy. So, I mean, and the Morningstars actually taste pretty good for what it is.
The Morningstar chicken, not the bacon. The
Yeah,
bacon
the
is
Morningstar
shit.
chicken. For buying, like, store frozen chicken nuggets, I mean, it's pretty... I mean, for what you're paying, I mean, you know, you actually get quite a...
CG wants to join the thing, kinda.
Just hop in the general voice chat, and then,
Oh no, we're gonna be found out.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, it's gonna come all crashing down in a minute. Well, it's got tense now.
I'm practicing throwing my voice as I log in.
Is that how you spell pussy?
That's how I spell pussy.
Pussy? It's like how...
You need to call it Illuminati Exposed when you put it on.
Read the pussy, please.
When you put it on YouTube.
No, we're already gonna have it. Your boy G Money, Impeaches Fingerguns live on stream.
You're gonna call it that on YouTube.
Yes, we're gonna call it on YouTube.
I mean, it's a good article name, but on YouTube, I don't know. Just want to grab more YouTube viewers to get them onto eRepublic potentially.
I think Impeaches is pretty strong. I mean,
Yeah, it sounds like a good clickbait, I guess. Hey, you do you.
if you want to go have your own show, and you can call it the Jimmy Cincinnati Exposes Illuminati Show.
Hey, you didn't have to go that far. I said you do you.
I mean, I don't know. I'm making an executive decision, and also I'm sure Kaneko agrees with me. So you're outvoted as
wait,
well.
what?
Kaneko, you agree with me, right? Okay. So,
I don't know. I feel like it could probably be a better title.
all right.
But I don't know
I'll
if-
think about it.
Yeah, I think like the trick is to get them into like an eRepublic bait title, like Impeaches. I don't know, and then maybe you could just put your referral link.
Yeah. That'd be a good experiment to see how many people we can pick up.
But this ain't a democracy.
I mean, we can make it a democracy. We haven't formalized.
You know, it's a good clickbait title.
What?
Virtual political simulation, or some shit like that.
I mean, that's not the point. Interestingly enough, we didn't actually talk about impeaching Fingerguns until like an hour and a half into the recording, though. So.
I mean,
To
like
be
I've seen
honest-
podcasts like that.
To be honest, I've joked about it before. Before this.
Yeah, we didn't actually like do it live on stream until.
And you weren't actually joking.
I was somewhat serious.
We were preemptively serious. I just wanted to make sure that like, I felt like me and Fingerguns had a pretty cool moment. I was just like,
I mean, you do get under my skin sometimes, but I don't want to impeach you because it ain't gonna fix nothing. It ain't gonna help things any. It's only gonna make things worse.
I mean, your last term.
We need to work together.
Yeah.
That's not what I should be thinking is impeach.
But I mean, your last term, if Kameko could have been president, then maybe something different. But
like it or not, we got each other, and we gotta love each other. And if you need a foot rub, I got you covered.
Pfeiffer would fight you.
Hey, that's fine.
Honestly, like, it's not Jimmy.
I've been to gladiator school, so I'm not gonna take a sucker punch or nothing.
Oh shit. Oh, there went Sento.
Oh, I just moved Sento Max, the general, just because he wasn't really talking. So.
Where's my boy CG? He's got a I don't know what's it called. Yeah. I want to hear my boy CG's voice.
Yeah, I'm sure there might be old ENPR where he's on, but...
I thought Pierre was coming on.
Yeah, where the fuck's French?
Chicken guys. Sorry, Fingerguns.
You mean Finger Guys?
Yeah, Finger Guys.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Let's change your name right now to Finger Guys.
Jimmy Dover.
Jimmy Dover, huh?
Eileen Cincinnati.
Shoot.
Same person. Personality disorder.
If you look at Fingerguns now...
The same mater mind.
Shit, where's Fox? I gotta name him Chicken's Guns.
It's all connected, Do the math.
Brilliant. Cool. So, Finger Guys, how you doing?
Pretty good.
So, anything new coming up? You being empress of everything?
Hey, you should probably read the article she wrote.
Oh shit, I didn't actually read the article. I'm sorry, FG, that was not a diss towards you. I'm just saying, I haven't got around to it.
No, it's fine. It's been a weird week.
Yeah.
It's hard to run for president anyway, and it's harder to do it when you don't really have an opponent, and it's even harder when there's like a fucking revolution going on, and you're trying to plan out the whole getting the dictatorship back thing, and it's like, I don't know, my heart's not 100% in it, and people are still kind of gone from the holidays. Things haven't picked up yet, so it's been a fucking stressful, like, weird week. It's hard to be excited about the new term, but I gotta say, writing that article today, I started to get excited about it and getting a clearer idea of how I want it to go. So that's good.
Airstrike Sweden.
What did you just say to me?
Airstrike Sweden. The glory of Dio.
Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that based on some ideology because it ain't helping our strategic needs.
Yeah.
Or any needs.
I mean, also, Dio is stupid.
That in particular seems to have racist overtones.
Yeah, it is racist. The book of Dio is completely racist against Swedish people.
Well, it's not completely racist, but that in particular, their vendetta there has racist overtones. I'm not with it.
But they do believe that, like, the Swedish are just naturally inferior. It's in the book of Dio, man. You should read up.
Well, that's their prerogative, I guess. I'd like to hear a compelling argument for it, is all I can say.
So, Fingerguns, do you believe in the whatever Sand Emperor?
Yeah, in game I am a Dioist for sure. I am. I'm not like a founding member or anything, but I do think it's fun.
I don't know. I'm completely against it, but whatever. Actually, me and I think Pfeiffer actually like it was one of the things that he got pissed off at me because I'm such an anti-Dioist. But like, not saying you're completely related with Pfeiffer, but I didn't even really understand like his argument because he thinks that like we need to be a Dioist nation or something like that for some strategic benefit. Do you have any idea what he was talking about, or?
No.
Aren't there other religions like based off other players?
Okay,
Like
when
Lily.
AJ first started playing, he tried to like make a Christian church in E-Republic, and it did not go over well. Like, I feel like the Dio thing, and I could be completely wrong here because this is just my personal opinion, but the Dio thing is like a clear separation from real life. I don't think anyone's a Dioist in their actual life. I don't know.
I'm actually pretty
It does have some stuff that's plagiarized from the Quran. You know what I mean,
It's
it does have
obviously a
lot of
critique
relation
of,
there. It's obviously
It's obviously like.
based on the Quran.
I mean, it's obviously also just a critique of religion and stuff like that. If you actually just like read through the stuff that expert claims, the person is obviously just fucking on religion.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I'm a Christian in real life, but like I think it's
You're
funny,
Christian,
like
really?
busting on religion. It's funny.
Okay. Yeah.
And Neil Raps also had an attempt at creating he had the Sunday Mass, and I liked his idea because it was much more slick. But most people didn't even realize he was doing it.
So, Fingerguns, why are you a Christian in real life? Did something bad happen to you?
No, this is a thing that happened like in adulthood. Wasn't a
Oh. So what
born
happened?
into it sort of thing.
What bad happened to you during adulthood?
Wasn't anything bad that happened.
Well, something bad must have happened.
No, I just started studying and stuff. Like I was a pretty hardcore atheist for a long time, and
Don't say
I
it's
realized
breaking my heart, Fingerguns.
well, I just realized my arguments were really flimsy, and I was like attacking. Like I really enjoyed attacking Christians, like ripping their shit apart, but I wasn't like standing on solid ground. Like I didn't have a clear grasp of what I actually believed. I just knew that I didn't believe all of these other things, and that just seemed a little empty to me.
Yeah.
So
you-
I started doing some
you-
studying and stuff, and my plan was actually to like go through the Bible and like be more educated on what exactly is wrong with it, but that's not what happened. Like the more I read, the more I was like, I think I've maybe been unfair. I've made unfair arguments. So I just started rethinking the whole thing, and it went down that path.
So you believe in Jewish zombies, yes?
It's easy to tear religion apart, but it's harder to prove. I mean, your science is flawed too. It's easy to tear that apart. So it works both ways. Science is the religion of the day.
There's basic like theological arguments that are really outdated that just don't hold up.
I personally just the big thing with me is I'm sure I could just fuck on Fingerguns Christianity. I'll wait on that, but in terms of if you actually study large things about like neuroscience, neuroevolution, and just things that doesn't really seem like there's an actual metaphysical God. Like
It seems to work.
It doesn't really seem like there's anything, and there's multiple different reasons why I could break into, but maybe this isn't. I don't know, unless you guys want me to go on like a long rant.
I understand it. I could sum it up. It seems to work, but there's a lot of flaws in our theories.
But my main critique, I don't know, maybe we could save this for another time. But my main critique is like, so Fingerguns, do you believe in Jewish zombies then? That walked on water?
It's interesting phrasing.
That's the meme phrasing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, if you're an
technically,
internet atheist where it's like just being rude. then I
I'm
don't know.
just
There's
saying,
no
you
there's
know?
no having a real conversation with that. You know what I mean?
But okay. But like, okay. So do you believe that, like, you know, God walked on this earth then?
Yes.
But why? How does that make any sense?
It's a really complicated question.
What about the flood? Do you believe the flood happened?
I don't know anything for sure.
Where did the water come from?
It's all beyond my understanding. That's all I know for sure. Is that God is something I don't understand, and I can't prove him. So obviously, I don't understand him.
I don't know if I believe in a literal flood.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like pretty much everything in Genesis, I think is poetry. I don't think it's meant to be literal, but I don't know for sure.
Well, my only criticism to that is that why have only until recently we have not taken a large chunk of the thing. We've taken a large chunk of things as to be literal. So I mean, like 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, people would have most certainly taken that stuff literal. So what has actually truly changed?
I think you're wrong about that. I don't think people did take it literally. I mean, it's
there's
classified as Jewish poetry. So I don't think people did take it literally.
Okay, you do
I think
make
it's
a point.
more recent.
There is a theological debate there to be whether they took it literally. But I mean,
that's a historical debate. That's not a theological one.
Yeah, you are right. That's a historical debate.
People take that stuff seriously today. I mean, there's states that are based on theology today.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they took it seriously.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so at a church that I went to, and this wasn't even that long ago, there was a conversation. This woman said, just like fully grown woman, says to me, she's like, "That's why to this day, men and women have a different number of ribs." And I'm like, "That's just not correct. Like, it's just so not correct." But she was just like, "There is no convincing her otherwise."
Yeah.
Like, you could show her a fucking X-ray; it would mean nothing.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah.
I think a more interesting argument, if you guys don't mind me interrupting, is like the nature of God. Because then, like, because like a lot of the arguments that prove whether or not God exists start getting into the nature of God.
The nature of God is, here's the nature of God. We are all doomed, and the world's gonna become. The world's gonna become maybe where there's alternate universes, but we will never learn to utilize those, and eventually the world's gonna be nothing but black holes and hydrogen mist. It's gonna have to equal out.
I mean, going on what Kameko said, Kameko, one of the more interesting things is the theological, I guess, like the theological argument that the state of absolute knowledge correlates with the lack of free will. So the existence of an all-knowing God removes any possibility of free will, which kind of goes by the fact that if God already knows what's going to happen, you restrict the ability for any free choice to arise out of that. And a lot of sects of Christianity still believe in free will, outside of mainly the Calvinists. Unless you're a Calvinist, across the board, all Christians believe that you have free will.
How can we decide what God's for if we can't discuss what we're for?
Well,
how can we make the leap to say that we know what God's about?
But no, this is a logical argument. Essentially, is that we can tell what God. If we assume that God, well, the question is a God can only really be a God if he has certain absolute properties or things that are beyond what are normal.
Who are we to judge him if we can't even define ourselves?
Well, actually, I want to ask that. Fingerguns, do you believe in free will? That's an interesting question. I mean, a lot of people. That's a big contentious debate in theology of free will.
Or she, whatever God is, I don't understand God.
But can let Fingerguns respond? Yeah?
I will.
Yeah, I believe in free will. I do. I think we make our own choices.
But
actually, like, to go on that, I think one of the best arguments for free will is like the like person watching a train argument. Just like theoretically, someone can stand on a cliff, watch a train goes by, know that the person, like, see a person being stuck on there, know the train's gonna go on and kill the person, right? But still not do anything about it. Does that mean that suddenly there's no free will kind of thing?
I don't. Well, what do you particularly mean by that, Kameko?
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of hard to explain. It's like a situation thing.
I've had the same argument with a preacher over whether absolute knowledge constitutes lack of
Okay.
free will.
So like think of it like this. Imagine someone is like standing on a cliff, right? And so they can see underneath them there's like a train track and it loops around a hill. And so they see a person tied up or like standing around playing, I don't know. You know that South Park thing where they're playing and they're like seeing how long they can stay on the train? Or on the train track before the train goes and kills them? That kind of thing. So they're watching the person stand there. And they know obviously that the train is going around the bend that they won't know in time because it's just going to go around. And they can call out to the train, right? Because they're omnipotent in this case. They know what's going to happen. But they still can't stop the person from going forward or back onto the train track and getting killed or not. So therefore, like, even though the person had, in that case, omnipotence, they didn't in any way infringe upon the free will of the person on the track.
But you see, my whole entire argument is that it really has... I mean, that's quite an interesting argument, but the whole... I think it's kind of the argument's kind of a misnomer. Because really what we're talking about is how states kind of affect each other. I understand the whole idea is that if somebody has a knowledge of something, you're not affecting a thing. But the problem is that you're forgetting that we're implying absolute knowledge. This person absolutely knows that this person will do something.
Making it too complicated.
Well, no, it isn't making it too complicated. We're talking about God, and this is what God is. So Heckel's argument is that just because you have a knowledge, well, if you already know what the person is going to stand on that train track, and you obviously know the train is going to hit him, then there's no other possibility where that person couldn't have done it. So
Then you're going to intervene. It's human nature. And if we're like God, we would intervene. God would intervene too.
Well, not necessarily, because we don't...
Yeah, God made us in his own image, and we would intervene.
But we're not talking about Christianity necessarily, we're just talking about God in general. But
that's my end of this philosophical discussion. If you would please. If God were omnipotent and he knew the person would get hit by the train, he would say something. If we were created in his image, then he should say something. We would.
But I mean, what happens if somebody getting hit in front of a train actually is good for the world? You don't know. God's plan. Which is... I think it's a fair argument to make if God exists. You can't really judge God by an individual action, because how do you understand God's intelligence? Because we've never been able to replicate the most perfect intelligence. We only have certain intelligences. We don't understand the whole space of intelligence.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. That, like, if we're talking about absolute omnipotence, they know what's going to happen at the end of the day.
Or forever. They know everything.
Right.
But that's my whole entire point of why I don't necessarily think we could have free will in God. Like, those two are completely...
No, I know there's, like, a counter-argument to this, but I can't remember it, so I'm going to have to just give it to you.
Well, I said I've had this... So the whole entire point that they made was that just because somebody knows something doesn't necessarily mean that you don't... That person doesn't freely choose. That's essentially their argument, is that God can still know what you freely choose, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you still don't freely choose it. Which is more of a semantic argument. I think the best thing you could say is that there's no meaningful free will and an omnipotent God.
I think I need to get you to smoke a doobie with me so you'll dumb that down for everybody else.
Basically, even if we could make choices, we really couldn't make choices. It's kind of like saying, well, you still freely choose, but in the end, it's not saying you still ultimately end up making the same choice. That's essentially what they're saying.
We would make the same choice that we were designed to make anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty...
According to the plan. The great God's plan, you know.
I understand what Haas is saying, you can't hear anything, which doesn't really make any sense. Because
Now, I'm not sure there is a plan except to equalize the universe.
Hey, can somebody check on the stream? Because somebody's saying Haas just said he can't hear anything.
Okay. No, he can. There's like sound. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, he has something fucked up with this thing.
Oh, I see. I don't know. My current theory is I think
We're
God-
just food tubes. We put in food in one side and waste out of the other.
my current idea of God is that God isn't necessarily irrational to believe in, but I don't know. Cold personally saying it sounds shit. I don't know.
I think there's also like a question of, is God like an because people say like omni everything, right? But omnibenevolence is like a really fun one to talk about. Because then you have to ask yourself the question, when someone talks about omnibenevolence, like,
what is good? Essentially.
Yeah, like what does count as good? And it's kind of a flimsy word because essentially anything that God does is good. So therefore, like, is there any actual meaning to good? Or is it just saying that everything God does is like right? And it gets pretty.
Yeah, it's like
Good is subjective. It depends on your nature.
But
that might have a lot to do with how you're raised.
Right.
It have a lot to do with
But
who knows.
when you're talking about God who hasn't been raised, hasn't been socialized, he's God. He has an intuitive understanding of what is goodness.
So therefore, anything that God, like, in a lot of Christian belief, a lot of people believe that that God is omnibenevolent. So he is the good. Everything that he does is good.
I wish Fingerguns would chime in a little bit more because Fingerguns is
God believes that everything he does is good.
an actual Christian. So I feel sorry for trying to gang up on you earlier. I just was joking.
I don't know what God thinks, but most people believe what they do is good.
Fingerguns, are you still?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just listening to you guys talk.
Okay. I was just interested in hearing what you thought about it.
Well, I mean, God is, as far as my belief goes, God is goodness. He doesn't. It's not a quality he possesses. He is that completely.
So if I do something good, is the act God?
I mean, potentially.
Interesting. It was kind of more of. I mean, there was a philosophical point to that, but.
I don't know. You get into you have to define a lot of things, like what exactly you mean by that.
Yeah, that's the whole.
We need to have the same definitions.
Because I mean, some people believe that the beauty that we see around us and everything like that is God, and I think that, like, you know what I'm saying, the beauty, the whole everything that goes on in life, just the whole thing of life, nature, everything like that, that is God. And I think that's why it's not irrational, because I think there is a potential to see God in nature. Yeah?
We should define good, because we can't really define God. You know what I mean? What to you anyway? There's personally, it's different for each person.
I mean,
well, like the Bible doesn't actually. I'm pretty sure the Bible doesn't specifically say that God is omnibenevolent or any of these things. I think that comes like a bit later. And I think, if I remember right, what the Bible most like rhetorically supports is actually like the uncaring God, or the watchmaker. It's pretty interesting.
I disagree. But give me just a second. I have to get my laptop charger.
Okay.
All right.
I was gonna say, from evolutionary psychology perspective, their whole entire idea of what is good is essentially it's just an emergent phenomena of things that are beneficial, and things that are beneficial to the survival of the social tribe. So a tribe deploys some sort of social meme.
Well, that's hard to argue against there.
And then which can affect them. So essentially, if an action or behavior that exists in a tribe is beneficial, more so than another tribe, it'll outcompete the other tribe and become. Other tribes could adopt it and grow and expand from that, and then that's whole idea of social evolution. Memes essentially.
No, like this is like. It's interesting because there's the Scholastics had like a huge debate And then like Pascal, when he did his wager, you know, like that, this kind of played into it. The whole question of like, what is, you know, a god, and like, is he benevolent? I'm pretty sure I can find the arguments if I look right now. I was playing a browser game.
All right.
You know, good to me would be somebody who is interested in the preservation of people, even if they don't necessarily like them. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
upholding social codes and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that is actually what is good. I mean,
See, like,
that's probably the scientific consensus, what Jimmy's actually just said. I know he kind of said it dumbed down, which I probably should work on. Not dumbed down, but just simplified, yeah.
so, okay, apparently this whole benevolence problem is like a huge freaking crazy theological
is.
argument about like evil.
Oh, Fingerguns dropped? Shit.
Yeah, no, she must have not gotten her thingy fast enough.
Or she couldn't take the heat. Oh, she's back. Hooray.
Alright, we can talk about evil.
Glad to have you back. Go ahead and pull Cinemax in here too while you're at it, please.
Oh, yeah, pull Cinemax in. And see, everyone's talking about evil and how the God of the Bible is evil.
No, not that. Whoa, you're putting words in my mouth. I mean
Uh,
about how the God of the
I mean-
Bible is, if he's good, then like what is good? And the question
Any
of like,
man
is
who
everything
claims
good?
to speak, any man who claims to speak for God, I don't believe they have good intentions.
I mean, in Leviticus, which is the law that God sets down, he does say that you should kill gay people, and that you should also kill women who have been raped and didn't yell loud enough. So I mean, this goes back into, I mean, not to be a dick, but this kind of goes back into what Kameko says is what is actually good and evil, because is it what God actually decides as being good, or is there a nature to what is good beyond God?
There is a nature of what is good beyond God, because the preservation of the social order preserves you as an individual as well.
Yeah, but that's not how, I guess, Christians look at it. I mean, that's how me and you might look at it, but from a theological point, most religions don't look at it that way. They look at it as... What are you going to say, Kameko?
Well, not always though, because there is a theological like argument in. We're assuming that's assuming that God exists, right? On the nature of God, because can there be a God that is omnipotent, omniscientious, like omni all these things, and omnibenevolent, and like the issue that arises, and then you have like the theological argument of evil, which says like if there is inherent evil in this world, and assuming God is omnipotent and omnibenevolent and all these things. Then that either disproves that the God exists or that the God is omnibenevolent or omni this or that. Like one of these things has to go away.
God aside, because I don't know what God's about. The social evolution part, it dictates that we all try to preserve the social order. Even we trade better. It helps preserve the trade routes and everything else. You know what I mean? Our social order does. So it benefits us all to do it. And those who don't do it, they will get weeded out.
Okay, well, I'll interject some things here.
Okay.
I think it's incorrect to say that Christians believe this because of Leviticus or whatever. I think that's wrong, because the entire New Testament is overturning that law, essentially, or saying that law is fulfilled. What was supposed to be the law, like the whole point of God's law, is fulfilled in the person of Jesus Christ. So those sorts of things are considered bad things, and like Jesus specifically admonishes those things and the people who believe those things in the New Testament. So to say that because it's in Leviticus, that's God's law, that's incorrect. I mean, you believe that Jesus is God, then God himself is saying those things are incorrect. You are
Okay.
a corrupted person, and you've injected your own prejudices and your own biases, and you've used the law to keep people down, and that's not what it's supposed to be about. So
Yeah.
he admonishes all of those things. So it's kind of incorrect to say that. I mean, you're right in saying that a lot of Christians do believe this, and they point to
It's
Leviticus.
hard to argue against it when it when it is written down, and what you're saying is not written down.
Yeah, my whole entire point to you, Fingerguns, is that, well, if it was bad, then why did God instruct the Jews to do so? And this was the Jewish history. They said this is what God had written down. The Torah is a collection of, okay, here's what God has told us. And this is why did he tell them?
That's partially correct. There were some things that God told them, and then they elaborated from there. I mean,
but why did God specifically say these things? Like, killing gay people is a very wrong thing. I mean, God could have, for example, if God truly really was that good, he could have said, hey, killing gay people is totally not okay. And he could have actually set a really good, high, advanced moral standard and could have departed them great wisdoms. Why didn't God do that?
He could have done that. The whole point of it, though, is to separate a nation, like to make the Jewish nation is unlike any other nation.
But
that their standards are like so much higher, and they're so much more strict, and they're so separate from the way the rest of the world thinks. That's the whole point of it.
I mean,
is that they're just completely different.
It did help establish a nation.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And that was its purpose.
That's perfectly fine.
It's obsolete now.
Yeah. Nobody would disagree with the fact that that is the reason why the Jewish people behave. That's called, it's called a meme, essentially. It actually helped the Jewish people survive. That was actually the fact they had a set of laws they're given by God. My whole entire point is that wouldn't have I mean, I would believe in God if you could actually show that there was some massive disruption in the natural order, essentially, because God is essentially claiming to be beyond the natural order. And wouldn't it be an amazing disruption of the natural order? Like a massive proof of God if we had this tribe that essentially had all these advanced moralities and advanced understanding of the world, when everybody around them were primitive. But from all historical accounts, the Jewish people were extremely primitive, even among the tribes around them at the time. So, I mean, that's why I think it doesn't really make any sense. God had a chance that if God really existed, then he could have had a chance to show why that these Jewish people were the actual chosen people.
Because it was written at a later point in history. Some of it was written what it says, but most of it's forgeries that doesn't date when it actually says, like Deuteronomy and stuff, which is completely out of character for God to say that he would attack that they should kill those people.
We'll see.
Well, let me say this.
Yeah, kind of.
The Bible is the record of man's relationship with God or whatever, and the nation of Israel, like the Jewish nation, starts with Abraham, right? But I don't know that it would be correct to say that Abraham's the first guy he went to. You know what I mean? Like, he may have tried to establish this nation numerous times with numerous people, and nobody was cut out for it, right? So as far as this being the nation and it worked out this way, I don't. There are a lot of things I don't know, obviously, but like maybe he went to Jeff. And Jeff just wasn't up to it. Like, he said, you got to kill your son for me, but I'm still going to create a great nation from your line. And that guy was like, no, that's fucking retarded. There's no way I'm going to do that. Okay, well, then that doesn't happen. Then we start with the next guy. Then we try it with somebody else. Then we try it with somebody else. Like, I don't know how it went down, but I don't know. I don't assume that Abraham was the first guy and that everything that's written is all that there ever was. I think there's other things that probably happened that didn't work out, so they didn't make the book. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or maybe he worshipped several gods, and that's why things kept changing. And maybe we need to enter the age of Aquarius and worship the new gods.
Sure.
My main whole thing that I was trying to get at is that I'm not 100% sure if you could actually truly believe God if he hasn't left us with anything that is truly miraculous. There's nothing there that is actually truly miraculous that can't really be explained away. That is my general problem.
We don't burn goats anymore, so we can't claim we worship that god. Who's paying tribute by killing some goats and burning them?
Well, see, now we're all just arguing on like what could have happened, but the only real proof we have is either like the Bible to argue about. If we're talking about like theologically, what is God?
Well,
it's really not fair to not use anything but the Bible.
Okay, to be fair, my argument isn't.
It was a different age back then. We got to move on.
Yeah, but my argument isn't really against the Bible. It's that if there was actually a God, wouldn't we see something miraculously out of the natural order? If God is really truly intervening in our world, we should be able to see the actual effects of it. And I
don't know that you would recognize it as God moving in the world if you don't believe that there is a God. You would explain it away. I mean, that's just how the brain works.
So
you justify it and you explain it. Nothing's ever going to stand out to you as being so exceptional or even supernatural.
I have a particular response to that. So one of the things that you learn, I've read quite a bit about this. It's like in information theory, but also part of how to try and understand intelligences. And so we're assuming that God has a great intelligence. Is this correct, Fingerguns?
Continue.
I mean, he should be omniscient.
Okay, but my whole entire point is that God should be a very powerful intelligence. But to understand what an intelligence does, intelligences have certain types of behavior. So we should be able to. We have metrics to test intelligence. We have a standard definition. We have an understanding of what intelligence is mathematically. So we can understand when things are being intelligent. And my main problem is that we have yet to see anything that could really be interpreted as intelligent that is merging beyond the natural phenomena. The best you could say is that God somehow is working through his intelligence is that he was able to set up some natural phenomena that could take everything in the correct course that he wants. But that's kind of really iffy right there. But there's no actual interaction, it seems, because we're not able to to put it this way in simple terms. When you, for example, you can say you pray for something, and a lot of Christians believe that when you pray for something, God can sometimes answer your prayer. But for God to do that particularly, he would have to somehow intervene into the world. So theoretically, we should be able to see God waves that are interacting, and some things to slightly curve something. We should be able to see God's messing slightly with some of the things that are natural phenomena. But we don't actually see that. We only see randomness.
We see you change your name to God. It's a sign. I can't deny it's a sign. Literally.
I'm saying in pure information that's coming out of the universe, it doesn't seem like there's any. So in the part where we actually have no understanding of this information, like things that are being generated, like things that are affecting the universe, where we have no understanding of what they are, and appear to not come from any, like they don't have any event that seems to cause them. Like when you break down to the quantum level, there's no time where you've observed some grand intelligence affecting with the only phenomenon that we know that actually affects the universe. So that is a really big discredibility of the fact that God is intervening or interacting. If there's something that can't interact with our world, if we only see randomness, which in intelligence, the point of intelligence is that they're able to project things that are non-random. And intelligence doesn't produce randomness. Intelligence produces non-randomness.
I think it depends on how big your timeline is. Like something can look completely random, but on a bigger timeline, there's a pattern to it. Like I'm personally of the opinion that
we still don't see that even. In all the years that we've had it, the total data collected up still does not show anything.
We're still talking about a very small amount of time.
Yeah, but
in the bigger picture, like this is like a little blip on the timeline. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is,
I feel like you're just trying to come up with a general I mean, I do know that is exactly what you're doing.
I haven't even made my point yet,
yeah, sorry,
I don't know.
I feel like sorry, I'm being a dick there. Yeah.
No, I'm personally of the opinion that like evolution is obviously real, right? But I think that's how God operates in the world, right? God sets things in motion. It's like a big, elaborate Rube Goldberg device to make something happen. So you talk about some answering a prayer or something. He sets things in motion to achieve a certain end. not that he just like zaps, the lightning strikes down and this thing happens. He puts things into place so the result will be what it needs to be. And that's personally how I see it.
Okay.
Well, I can't deny that perspective. And that's my understanding of God too, is that there's things going on in the world that I don't quite understand. And they may be put into motion. I understand science is the religion of the day. And things may change.
My whole entire point is we've yet to see, maybe possibly in the future, but it seems that in all the scientific data we've collected, it doesn't seem there's anything intelligent coming out of the quantum level, which is where which seems to be the only place that things come from. My point, I made a claim earlier that I don't think believing in God is irrational, and my whole entire point behind that is if you look at evolution, and I had this discussion with Kameko the other day. I kind of told him that I think that evolution itself isn't intelligence.
I disagree. I think when archaeologists look at us, they're going to see a bunch of temples built, and they're going to see us honoring these gods and stuff, these big temples where these scholars studied. And they're going to think they're priests.
Jimmy, I think you're just trolling me.
They're going to think these professors were priests and stuff.
Maybe, actually. But my whole point is I'm trying to defend Fingerguns is that I think evolution itself looks like a grand intelligence, because I think that if you allow some of the natural phenomena to go for a period of time, it appears as if it is intelligence, because intelligence has a tendency to aggregate and promote itself. So if you have a system that somehow emerges some type of intelligence, it will continue on to go and grow its own intelligence.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I think that's where a lot of people see God. I'm not 100% sure that God doesn't exist, because we can, for example, come and simulate that on a computer, and we can understand, how these things naturally emerge. I'm not even 100% sure if you're even arguing against. You're not even arguing against evolution, but that's usually what
No, of course not.
A point that I'm trying to make to people who are say that evolution isn't true is that evolution does the whole entire world appears like some intelligence makes it, but I think that's only because things can become intelligences that aren't sentient beings that we know.
It happens, and it happens in several different ways, and you can make it happen by selective reproduction. If you don't believe it, you can just breed selective animals and make it happen.
Yeah, that's definitely true, but I just want to, that's another thing a lot of people do say about. But my whole entire point is that breeding animals selectively for a purpose is equivalent, kind of, eventually, if you just allow evolution to take its place and you put the same pressures over it.
Another example of it, since humans have been around, is the banana. It didn't exist until humans.
Well, what we consider the banana.
It might have mutated at some other point, but it wouldn't survive without us.
Bananas originally were pretty unedible. They were grown from plantains really selectively by transnational corporations, which led to
because there was a mutation.
Yeah, well, kind of. Yeah, there was a mutation, and then suddenly we exploited it.
Exactly, selectively bred it.
I mean, the bananas we're actually eating right now aren't considered. It's actually happened. The thing is that the banana that most people are eating in the early 1900s all the way up to the 50s actually almost died out. So the bananas we actually eat currently are something else. I forget exactly what happened there. There was a massive infection.
I know, but there's always evolution going on. It's not the same banana, and that banana is extinct. Exactly.
Well, they mainly in modern agriculture for a lot of plants. They engage in cloning. So it's almost like it's the direct. It's like the same. It's essentially the direct plant. Essentially, is that they're all the same thing. They share a lot of the same genetics,
except for resistance.
Yeah, that's a big.
One of them had resistance to that bacteria.
If you have one bacteria that could kill it and get it really efficient at hosting on that thing, it could basically wipe out your entire crop, because essentially all of your crops are basically genetically the same. So you really just fuck everything up. Which is the big problems with modern agriculture. Yeah.
We know. We don't really do much about it, though.
I mean, it's the best method though. So because if we allow genetics to take its place, then we'll get we'll get some bad crops. So it's just in general more efficient just to have the same thing, because we know it'll pretty much always work out. But I know.
All you can do is buy some land and cultivate heirloom crops.
I kind of sidelined. I kind of just pushed my way, and I kind of feel guilty because I know Kameko was trying to bring up his grand theological debates of the nature of God. So,
I mean, I prefer them more than talking about whether God exists or not, because it's easier to get a conclusion when talking about the nature of God.
I mean, that seems to be. That is the general question though, because the argument of whether God exists is pretty much comes down to, in terms of most theological circles, of God's nature. So I do see what you're saying. It's a very linked question, because if you claim God has a certain nature and you can fundamentally disprove or you disprove or prove, then you could fundamentally you could fundamentally shut down one thought about God just by understanding how the logical conclusions of its nature.
Yeah, exactly. People are very unlikely in a single conversation, or even many, right, with someone, to go and just decide, right, I don't believe in God. But it's easier to go and ask someone, how do you think God is? And a lot of arguments that people use against God, I'm pretty sure Fingerguns have used this before. She was talking about how she used to be a hardcore atheist, right? Is the problem of evil. And then at that point, the thing about the problem of evil isn't that it disproves God, but it disproves the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent God. Because in that case, there is no such thing as an omnibenevolent God who's also omniscient or omnipotent if they allow evil to happen.
I mean, yeah. Not to kind of go back, but that's kind of what I was saying though about earlier, is that God doesn't seem to do those things, because if it was, then we would be able to see him doing those things or trying to intervene to stop evil in the best way that he can. So it seems like that isn't his goal, because we haven't really seen God.
God could just be non-omnibenevolent.
Yeah, that's probably true. Maybe God knows best for us, essentially. But the whole entire thing is that even if you could say God knows best, since he's God and he has infinite amount of time to fixate on each moment and consider, and he has instantly ability to compute the best
I want to
optimal
get some
solution.
coffee.
So if God can
Were you guys talking shit about me?
No. All I'm just saying is, if God is
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, if God can come up with an optimal solution for every instant, and he can then do something to affect the state, but he's not doing it. So the question is, either are we living in the optimal state, or is God not doing anything?
Are we living in the optimal state? Is that the question you're asking me?
Are we living in the best possible state for goodness? Is this the best we can get? Is this the most amount of good?
Certainly not.
Well, that's the question of if God is all good. Because if God is all good, we should be living in the best optimal goodness.
If that was the case, we would give up production as a goal.
But maybe this is the optimal goodness. What are you just saying? Kameka, what do you think about optimal?
Optimal goodness? See, I'm more of a thought that if there's a God, he has to be the whole, he's probably a deist God, He's just the watchmaker. Yeah, non-interdimensional God, which is why you see so much chaos around us. Unless you think that, all the tragedies that have happened in the last, eternity are good.
God doesn't cause our problems. We do. The history of humanity has been all about production. And when you had the best farmlands that people fought over, they just wanted more production. When you had slavery, it was just people that wanted production. And you know what I mean? The slaves was the best means of production. When today, you got people fighting over oil and stuff because they want production. Oil is the most productive thing.
Yeah. Shout out to Frederick Engels, yeah.
So, Jimmy, do you believe God is omnibenevolent and omnipotent?
Jimmy doesn't claim to know
God. I don't understand God. He's beyond my understanding. I don't claim to know what he knows or what he thinks. Or even if he's a he, that's beyond my That's beyond me.
That's a pretty fair argument.
But I
Or a
do.
pretty fair position.
Kameka, you think that God, if God exists, he is only like deistic? I guess is that what you're claiming? Like he's only a deist?
Yeah, like Watchmaker.
I think because I alluded to this when I was talking to Fingerguns is that we haven't seen any intervention. Maybe we shouldn't have enough time, but going on what I currently have, it doesn't. It seems to me that the God could have only set up the laws in advance, and then that's the only possible place that God really comes in, according to what most modern, like what our current scientific consensus on it is.
Yeah, I mean, here.
I mean, you can have alternate opinions, but I'm saying that's my interpretation of the evidence. Let me make that clear. I'm not claiming that scientists are atheists. I'm just saying, or deists. I'm just claiming that.
No, and I mean, like, I agree. That's a pretty fair argument.
I was making that to Fingerguns or Jimmy, who think that science is like a religion or something like that.
Science is the religion of the day. I'm sure back then they thought it was completely legit that the Earth was stationary and all that shit.
I mean, they did, but they were proven wrong, is the idea, you know?
Yeah, and the
It's like-
science of today will be proven wrong in the future.
Right. Okay, so like here's my thing. Yeah, but what it'll be proven wrong by is most likely, you know, what we call the future is like going to become the science of tomorrow. You know, it's what we discover. So like if one day God is like real and we know how he works, or even if we don't, that'll be science in the sense that like a God exists and he has done these things. Or if he doesn't, that's part of science.
I mean, I would start believing in God like tomorrow if I saw some sort of like some sort of intelligence coming out of what we only see as randomness right now. If we like somehow can like in a lab can somehow observe some sort of like bizarre.
Maybe we're just not smart enough to recognize him.
Yeah. Okay. But here's the ultimate thing. Checking things is really easy. Like knowing how to produce a God intelligence is ridiculously very hard. We have no idea how to produce a very super powerful intelligence, but verifying the intelligence is easy because we know, for example, a really good chess intelligence, for example, an intelligence that can play chess very well, we can understand it's a very good chess intelligence by the fact that it can checkmate a lot. But if we can't see the checkmates, or if it makes checkmates randomly, then we can't really say that it's somehow an intelligence.
Yeah, what we can say by looking at some of the moves without that how the game's going to be going. When they lose a few, lose a few choice pieces.
Let's just say, for example, it loses. Only wins 25% of the time. I would even say that you can technically say that is an intelligence because there's a force that is moving to. And you have a game, for example, where somebody's losing. But if you have a game that checkmates 50% of the time, then none of the players are intelligent. If you repeat it along, you understand? I mean, that's kind of you can refute it by saying maybe they're just equally intelligent or something like that. But
the computer's predictable. If you know the pattern, then you can be really good at it.
But I mean, we have things in computers that can generate random numbers that aren't predictable because we could have like quantum random like things that are generated from just quantum buildup of quantum phenomena that can't actually affect random. Computers can actually use these numbers, so we could actually have a program that is random. But I do get what you're saying. My whole entire point is that we should be able to see the power of God playing the game in winning very much. The supreme intelligence should win 100% of the time.
Hey, he just likes to see us struggle, man. Free will.
But in
right?
the end, that's my point. In the end, God should still end up winning if you truly challenge him.
In the end, humanity's doomed, and evolution will take over. Something else will take our place.
Probably.
Something aquatic and slightly less intelligent.
But so what do you think of my my chess player argument, Kameko?
It's actually like wait.
It's a pretty interesting argument, you know, the how you're quantifying like the intelligence and whether it can exist. And I mean, you're preaching to the kind of the choir, right? Whether a god is intelligent and you analyze that. I mean, you're preaching to the choir here. I believe that there is no god, and even if there was, he wouldn't be a god that chose to do everything. If anything, the idea of a god that is physical or that like here, the God of the Bible, right, has feelings, like has emotions, which a lot of people don't like. Like he has jealousy and anger, confusion even, right? The God of the Bible is really interesting, especially in the Old Testament. Like we can say the New Testament, but you have to at least, you know, accept that in the Old Testament, the God had emotion, the creator God.
I mean, if you
You
look
know,
at
he would get angry when defied. He would be confused when people were hiding from him, would look for them, like in Adam and Eve. You could say that's poetry, right? It's just like a valid thing to say, but that's a totally different, you know, mindset than a lot of the, you know, argument over theology, and that's a totally different belief. But you know, religion is your own thing.
one interesting thing I had saw something about how the evolution of the Satan character essentially, or maybe Satan exists, who knows? But let's say it's a character, you know, just for sake of my point, is that the understanding of God, like the whole entire idea of separation of evil, which a lot of came later, because essentially, as you said, there was like very anger and jealousy, and God often did what people would think is bad things, like the flood. So it seems but the Jews don't believe in the devil. But it seems that over, even you can see this across the Torah, is that there's a development of an evil force. Because essentially, God was just presented as a sole, monolithic force that just does what he does.
I think there was different gods, including the snake god that no longer exists.
The snake. All right.
The one
I think
that
you might be
later,
interested.
the one that we contribute, the one we attribute as Satan, that was in the Jewish Bible.
Here, Dylan,
Well,
you
there was
might
no
be
Satan in the
interested.
Jewish Bible, but yeah, what's up, Kameko?
It was the snake.
No,
It was the snake.
that only came in like in the New Testament, the interpretation.
So this is a religion that was kind of based off
Oh, you're talking about
Zoroastrianism.
yeah, Zoro. That's actually a quite interesting thing about
Monotheism is specific
So it's only
as
in
a
the Greek.
really belief
It's not in the Hebrew.
No, it was based off of it's really interesting because it lasted in China way later than it did in Iran, but it's kind of based off of the Zoroastrian belief, and kind of it was for a while the rival of Christianity. I'm literally reading.
I mean,
but
so I was gonna say we know that the Torah was definitely history written around like there's a history that came around the Babylonian era, I believe, right?
Excuse me, what was you
saying?
The war part did.
That like the actual Torah, which is actually like, you know, just the beginning, like in terms of their laws. It was written around like when the Jews were conquered by the Babylonians, I believe. Yes.
I don't know. I can Google it.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is that that was, but I'm saying Jews at one point were exposed to Zoroastrianism because the what was his name? The guy who started the Persian Empire, who basically
according to the Bible, yes, but according to the Torah as well. But some
I'm
parts,
talking about history, but
the chronology is messed up because, well, if you look at history, then none of that's true. Because you can look at archaeological records and see that it's not true.
My whole entire point is that the effect that's currently going on in history and how the Jewish people decided to write the Bible.
Okay, so the oral Torah, by the way, was written. Yeah, so the oral Torah was given in Mount Sinai apparently to Moses around 1312 BCE, and it was written down in like 1200 BCE.
Yeah.
But according to the Bible, the archaeological records varies, and the archaeological records differs from what the Bible says, or what any religion says.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not particularly gonna try and argue necessarily the truth of the Bible, because most people don't believe in the literal Bible, though. My whole entire point is that the Satan kind of evolved with an interaction with how the Zoroastrians because the Jewish people came into interaction with the Zoroastrian theology, and through that they were kind of better able to understand the dichotomy between good and evil and gods. With the Zoroastrian, instead of saying there's just one God that does, the Zoroastrians kind of said, okay, there's two forces at odds with each other. And you can slowly see that because later, as they started putting together what we call the Old Testament, there's more and more of an actual autonomous Satan that goes out and does bad things. Because earlier in the Bible, there's no autonomous Satan. If there's ever a mention of Satan, they're always doing God's will, even if it's for evil. It's still God directing this evil to go do.
You can also see influence. You can also see influence from the Egyptians in the Bible, because they had a version of Christ way before the Bible.
I think Christ actually. I don't really believe in the Egyptian theory. I think it's a little bit spot. I think the better thing to say is that Hinduism had a large effect on how we understand Christ and what made Christ. But what were you gonna say, Kameko? Because actually.
Yeah, so the thing about Manichaeism, which is really interesting, is that it has the Zoroastrian dual belief of like good and evil, which was like a real big theological innovation, right? But it essentially believes that it differentiates between order and chaos, and that the primordial chaos, like there was light and there was a light bringer, and that's what we would call like the God, right, the creator God. But eventually, like chaos will win over, and we will go back to primordial nothingness, which is really interesting because it kind of goes back. It has a striking similarity to modern like creation of the universe theory in science, which is that there was nothing, something, and it'll go back to nothing.
Yeah.
Well, so you agree with me now.
Well,
we're gonna go to nothing but supermassive black holes and a hydrogen mist. It's the only thing that's gonna be left. Supermassive, everything that's completely dense, all the matter is gonna be compressed, and then the mist is gonna be the only thing left.
Yeah. My plan is we should escape the universe. You know what I mean? Just figure out a way how to get outside the universe, or just go to a different universe that we continue on living. But I was gonna say about Hinduism, which is quite interesting, is that Hinduism for thousands of years has this idea of the Trinity. If you read into Lord Krishna and stuff like that, if you ever read the Bhagavad Gita.
I have not. I need to though.
It's quite interesting.
I have.
Yeah. Well, you have like kind of. You have Lord Krishna who comes down in human form and starts to instruct. I wouldn't say he's completely like Jesus, but the whole point though is that in Hinduism they have this idea of avatars, which are where the gods come down in human form to depart wisdom. Sometimes Christians, I'm not saying all Christians, but they give this claim that Christianity was the first where God came down and reached out to humans, and that is the grandness of Christianity. But Hinduism already had this idea where gods would come down and interact with the humans. And they even had the idea of the Trinity, which is a large part of how kind of idea of separating God into different forces. You had kind of like the creator, you had the destroyer, and you also had the person who maintains and watches over the earthly body, which is very it seems to me a lot of the like councils that had kind of came with the idea of like the Trinity and all these different things like that, and tried to understand the nature of Christ, were very much at least influenced somewhat by Hinduism, just by the things that the claims that they made about Jesus.
I disagree with that, and only because I think there's there's absolute truth. I'm a believer in absolute truth. There's things that are just true, and those things are going to be discovered. Truth can be discovered anywhere in any culture at any time. So you see these similarities, but I don't know that it would be correct to say that they were directly influenced by Hinduism when they actually started using the word Trinity. I don't think that's correct. I don't think it's correct to say that that they've been influenced by Zoroastrianism or anything else when they discovered these truths about the nature of God.
I think when they wrote the Bible, they were completely cut off by a culture that was much more powerful than themselves, the Muslims at that time.
No, that's wait. What the
That's
book?
Yeah, they
patently
were.
false.
That's patently false. Wait, can I actually?
They were cut off geographically
I-
from the
no.
East.
I have a really good response to Fingerguns. I'm not saying that this
Much
disproves.
influence
Yeah.
as there was in the 1800s and
Okay.
in those days, in more colonial times and that shit.
Okay.
That's not when anything was written.
But wait, I actually have a serious response. I'm sorry, Jimmy, but that actually was really wrong.
That's when the Bible was written, when they decided the Trinity at the Nicene Council. When
Yeah,
they
well,
came
that's
up with
right.
the
That was
Trinity
very
at the
early
Nicene
on.
Council. It was cut
That's
off
not when it
at
was.
that time.
That's not when it was written. Those books were written.
But they were just collected
the
in.
first and second
When they
century.
were canonized, when they decide what books are going in the Bible.
That's when they did That's when they did the final. Well, most of the final modifications and stuff. They had like a final editorial review, figure out what is good, what is bad, what needs to be changed. Because I mean, to make one point to save what Jimmy did say is they did edit.
Came first, and
Islam didn't come first.
yeah, they did.
No, they
Islam
didn't.
came in the 7th
Well,
century.
Islam didn't come first, but they wrote their book first.
No, they didn't.
No.
They didn't.
They did
It was
not.
first the Jewish, then the Bible.
Hundreds of years later.
They did in 1100.
Okay.
No, it was in.
Well, the Council of
700.
Nicaea was in like 325.
But okay.
325. I'll have to look that up. 325. That seems a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
I was like, I felt kind of. I was like, oh
Yeah.
shit, Jimmy's like getting something massively wrong. But what I do want to say though is that I'm not saying oh well, just because they're influenced that means that there's some lack of truth. I'm just talking about that it seems like they did have the information. That but I'm saying they definitely were influenced by a lot of these cultures. They definitely had an understanding of how they thought about theology. So all I'm just saying is they could, at the time when they were coming up and trying to understand the nature, they could have said, oh, look at these people and their understanding. And this makes a lot of sense because they've already kind of worked out a large chunk of like the nature of God, the interactions between God. I mean, I'm kind of saying that they ripped it off, but I mean, you can definitely interpret it as not. I think it's a totally fair thing you could say is that, oh, they just were looked at how they looked and brought in the knowledge.
I think they ripped off a bunch of religions and tried to make one that everybody would agree with.
I think there's elements of truth in what you're saying. I think it's hard to prove influence, though. That you would need to prove that, and
Well,
you're not proving that.
You can prove the Zoroastrian influence because the Jewish people were freed by the Persian Empire, which was Zoroastrian. The emperor of the Persians, who believed in Zoroastrianism, is actually considered what did they consider what it was like the high honor they give to people in the Jewish I forget exactly, but Abraham, Moses, a lot of these people are
prophets.
I wouldn't necessarily say prophets, but maybe let's go with it. He's not a prophet, but he's definitely highly regarded.
He is a prophet.
Even though he isn't Jewish, he's the only. There's I think it's like Darius.
But he's actually higher than a prophet, though.
Yeah,
Moses is.
Darius is actually considered. He's among a certain class which are higher than the prophets, because there's tons of prophets of God, but essentially there's a higher rank, and he's the only person who's non-Jewish, and that is because they highly regard them. They highly regarded the Zoroastrians, and they definitely had an understanding of their theology for many years, Jewish people. So I'm just saying that is a direct influence. They had a high regard for the Persians. You can even see that in the Bible.
Well, what I was going to say, I think there's an element of truth in what you're saying, in that, yeah, people were culturally influenced, and different cultures had different religions already established. You can see that even like the Catholic Church, when they started to establish themselves in these cultures where there were many gods. There was a god of everything, there's a god for your crops, and there's a god for for animals, and there's gods for all these different things, and they translate that into having like patron saints for things, so like these influences, yeah, they're there, but I think the actual like fundamental like root understanding of who God is and what your relationship is to God, I don't think that's ripped off. I think there's just facts there. And these facts can be, like I said, they can be discovered. Different people, different times, and different cultures. Like there's certain truths that are just like pervasive across all cultures and across all time. And they they're like interpreted differently, and they have different flavors to them because of the time period and the culture or whatever. But the truths are the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a good chunk of what you just said right there. My whole entire contention, maybe this is just semantic contention, is that it doesn't make any sense that they would have to rediscover what they already knew at the time. That's my point. Is that they obviously knew this, so you would just say, oh, they obviously just had an understanding because they were this group of people, which they had direct knowledge of their theology, had brought this idea of theology to them. I mean, I said you could even see it in the Torah. They were already moving towards the idea of separation of good and evil, even though that really wasn't part of the original Jewish tradition. As the Torah began to be edited along, and after they had the influence of the Persians, they definitely went about doing that.
Okay, I think I got something.
I'm compiling a time frame of every single like holy book, and the hardest one is the Avesta. This is the Zoroastrian book. Because it was written in various segments, right? And so it is extremely hard to figure out. But basically, all I can see is this: it's like the Sassanid Empire, the latest text being 1288 BC.
Yeah, I just want to say though, on one thing about Islam and their holy book is that I think that might actually be one of the more interesting holy books to read.
Okay, I looked up when the Nicene Council was held, and what I'm seeing here is there were several councils. They took place between 1204 and 1261 AD.
That can't be true.
What?
Constantine did the first one.
Yeah, like Constantine
was like,
held some of these councils.
Yeah, this was forever ago.
This is what I already knew. It took place about 100 years later. The Bible was written about 100 years after the Quran. I've read them both.
But Jimmy, you're just wrong about this. Like,
I'm not
Jimmy,
wrong.
send
Look
your
at
source.
this page. Look it up.
Did you
type
show
that in there? What year was the Nicene Council?
Okay.
First Council of
I'm
Nicaea.
wrong. Look it up.
First Council of Nicaea, 20th of May to 19th of June, AD 325.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Which website did you find, Jimmy?
Bing.
No, I know, but like link the website. It has to have the source, even in Bing.
I mean, there were a lot of councils, but the first one was in 325. Like, it was pretty much established, and all those books had already been written. The latest one was written like, I mean, like year 100 or some shit.
Yeah, there was some editing.
Did I spell that wrong or something?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna link a Wikipedia article to you in the chat. In the Discord, I mean. Let me just link the First Council of Nicaea, and it even pulls up AD 325. But I mean, there definitely was editing of some of these books, and we don't actually partially even know because there was a little bit of destruction of some of the old text, like a large amount. The one thing that really let me be focused. There definitely is evidence that these books were edited and modified past the time when they actually were written. So there was some revisions that were going. I'm not necessarily saying that's a hit towards Christianity, but
no, because most of the revisions, at least the ones that I've heard about, are like grammatical changes, spelling changes, like minor changes.
Well, one of the particular revisions, which is interesting, is that this is, I guess, a very popular atheist argument that's like grown in the past years against the Testaments of Jesus, is that the earlier books that he has written are far less. They talk far less about the miracles. They don't reference the virgin birth, and they don't reference the resurrection. I'm not 100% sure exactly which books, but I know definitely that some of them were revised from different parts to add stories later on when they actually were originally written, as in the modern Bible.
Yeah, and in most modern versions of the Bible, like those things that were added in, like they usually appear in brackets to let you know, like, we're not 100% positive when this was added, but it wasn't in the original.
But where I'm kind of getting at this, and I kind of stopped myself earlier from doing this, is that when early on when Jesus like just happened, there wasn't really there was such contention over what actually Jesus was, which is kind of bizarre. I'm not even 100% sure what we currently think of Jesus is actually what the people who were around during Jesus' time actually thought of Jesus, which makes me very skeptical of when people start claiming, assuming Jesus existed, or exists as you guys. I don't necessarily think Jesus existed as how you guys really think about
he
it.
existed, but I think that there's more than one person, and they edited the stories into one.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm getting at mainly. But
I think lots of people were persecuted for that because Moses said he would come back.
Moses didn't say he would come back.
He said there would be another like me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's quite interesting. Fulfilled Bible prophecy. I really don't know enough to talk about. I wouldn't say the Bible's really my strong suit, because I really just don't care about the Bible, but...
It's worth a read.
I've read through it. I've read through quite a bit of a lot of the Old Testament. I really just... My whole entire thing is that it's not really going to convince me or anything like that, if that's really... I know you said you read the Bible, and it convinced you.
I read the whole thing, and the weirdest part is the Jesus part.
What's your opinion of the Jesus story?
Well, I mean, it all defies logic of the science that we know today.
Well, I think a good chunk of the Bible does, but
the Jesus story is the craziest part.
Actually, that's quite an interesting thing, though, is that there are times where Jesus doesn't actually seem to have truly divine knowledge. Because, I mean, if you had God walking the earth and you said he could set things straight, why didn't, like, Jesus come down, like, depart all this grand, amazing knowledge? Like,
I don't mean that Jesus is the craziest part as a religious thing. The Jesus part of the Bible. There's three different ways he got crucified.
Yeah, that's also true.
There's different accounts that contradict each other.
That's a very good point. The contradictions between the resurrection, there's contradictions between when they discovered that Jesus was resurrected. Different accounts.
They, despite how much they tried, they couldn't come up with one version of it.
So, just a question of Fingerguns. Not trying to put anything on you, but like, what do you think about, like, I don't know, like the contradictions in the Bible? That's actually quite a contentious issue if there actually is contradictions.
I don't know that they're necessarily contradictions. I think there's different versions of the story. There's different things that are highlighted. I think because that's going to be true for any witness testimony. People see things differently. Mm-hmm. You can all see the same event and describe it differently. I think that's natural, and I appreciate that that's left in there.
I guess Luke could see him getting impaled, and then Paul could see him getting crucified on a cross. And then what was the other one? There's three different versions of how he got killed.
I haven't actually read through the
Paul didn't write a gospel. He didn't know Jesus.
I'm just saying there's three different versions. I forget what the names of them are. I know Paul was one of the founders of the church.
Yeah, he didn't actually know Jesus, though. He converted later.
Yeah. But that does actually remind me, isn't Paul quite against homosexuality in his writings? Because I know we actually kind of talked about that earlier.
There are three different
I don't know
accounts.
about that. Paul's celibate, you know. Jesus had some interesting stuff to say about it in that he didn't say anything about it. He did talk about people who are born eunuchs and people who become eunuchs and how those people aren't necessarily meant for marriage. But beyond that, he had nothing to say on it.
Eunuchs are quite different than homosexuals, but yeah.
Well, I
guess
personally take the understanding that these are similar things in the time period. These are considered roughly the same thing.
I mean,
the message is the same.
I mean, Jesus grew up in the Roman. I mean, as much as people say, okay, not to as much as people say, oh, gay marriage is just a recent event, there actually was some instance of gay marriage. I mean, I would say it wasn't common, but there definitely was gay marriage in the Roman Empire, and Jesus wasn't. So I'm saying there definitely was other words and other cultural things to refer to homosexuality. I mean, it definitely wasn't uncommon. It was legalized, and it was legal and definitely accepted and at least tolerated.
The use of eunuchs was eugenics in ancient society.
Yeah, I guess that kind of was. I mean, most people didn't have sex. Most people were effectively eunuchs for most of human history. But what were you going to say, Fingerguns?
I was just going to say that's how I personally understand that. He doesn't say anything directly about homosexuality at all, but he does make this one statement, and it's in regards to marriage. And as far as it's what he's really saying is what the standard is for marriage, what God has created marriage for. Not everybody's going to agree with that, and not everybody's going to be able to do it. But for those who can, and for those who want to, for those who can accept what it is that marriage is supposed to be, these are the rules for that. Not everyone can accept that.
So wait, do you particularly mean that like marriage should be between a man and a woman?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, okay. I particularly don't even care. I'm not really big into marriage, but
I think as a religious institution, there's like certain rules and guidelines around it because it has a specific purpose.
I think I would disagree with the interpretation it's a religious institution, but
well, sure.
I think it's a property institution. I mean, my Marxist,
as long as they get along and they don't end up killing each other.
My Marxist influence would say it's a property institution. It's a way to keep track of property and stuff like that. But
I think it's interesting how we think of marriage in America, just because there were like these religious influences and just this general belief that marriage is good for society in general. And there's studies that prove that that's generally true. It's good for the family unit. The family unit's good for society, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But it is, I think, pretty clear in the Bible that it's a religious institution, that's what it's meant for.
I mean, as coming from a non-biblical perspective, I think that the history of marriage seems to be more of a property institution. It's a way of like saying, okay, here, understand how to give people property, how to keep track of the women, how to keep track of your sons, your daughters, stuff like that.
Which is that's how we view it here in America.
But no,
that's the most part.
I would say that's more.
Which is it's weird. It's weird that there's like that we think that there's this like religious connotation to how we understand marriage in America, but I don't know that's necessarily correct because it's a civil thing. It's a property thing.
Oh, so you agree that's a property thing, or what? I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, I agree that that's how it's viewed, and it's like it's a civil arrangement.
I think it originated as a property institution. That is my particular opinion, because you don't actually truly see marriage until we have property. I said, you should read this great book by Friedrich Engels called, what is it, like The Private Property State. Let me look it up for a second just so I don't. But it's written back. I know it's quite a bit of an old book, but it's written back when they were starting to get into anthropology. And it's kind of like how the early Marxists kind of were trying to understand, because their whole entire idea of Marx was to understand like how we came, what is the history of property, and how you can use that to change society. But
Marx was a hypocrite.
Well, yeah, but this was written by Engels, so who also hated homosexuality.
Engels?
Yeah,
I'm not sure about him. He was a rich boy.
Oh, yeah, most
I
definitely.
mean, they all were related to rich people, but
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I'm just saying, I have an appreciation for Marxism because I like how they were kind of like the first people who, like I said, they were very much behind evolution, anthropology, stuff like that. 'Cause their whole entire idea is that one of the first people actually said, okay, let's try and figure out why society, instead of just critiquing society and saying, oh, it's all rubbish, truly understand why society is that way and use our understanding to change the world. But so the book that I'd recommend you reading is called The Origin of Family, Private Property, and the State. And it's quite interesting reading.
I know the role of the family and the state. The state knows that the family works hard to maintain itself, so they tax the shit out of us.
But
they know families have to work.
Can we stick a quick pin in this? You should check the Congress threads.
Oh shit, what's going on?
You're being censured.
I'm being censured.
I'm trying to defend you here, dude. I really am.
You told me to do it.
All right, let's get there, man. Hey, everybody, we're gonna send a link as soon as we get there. All right, whoever gets there first, we'll send a link. Okay. Share what's going on.
Yeah, it's the USWP, man. They're going ham. They're like, geez, you know, when I see your boy D-Money, I get so triggered. I have to find an excuse to censor him immediately. So our boy Andrew Franny set the whole thing up.
I love Tenshibo. He says, vote it yes on impeachment.
Tell him to get on the radio show, by the way.
Yeah. Shit. Well, that's on the thread, shit. I mean, I'm just gonna say that, yeah, I mean, Fingerguns definitely just defended me. I think that's the nail. Often you told me to do it, so. Actually, that'd be really suck if I get censured, but whatever.
If that happens, I'm gonna talk to Colbert and we're just gonna uncensor you really fast.
Of course, they're gonna be assholes and censor you, but you'll get over it.
The procedure for impeachment. Oh my god, these people are such faggots. Like, the procedure for the impeachment is in the Constitution. Whatever. Bunch of faggots. I mean, they're not faggots. I mean, they're lovely individuals. But they're totally faggots. Let's see. Let me go read the Constitution. People are so gay over.
Did you link it down there? Please link it down there.
Oh shit, I gotta go back to the thread. Don't worry, I'll go back to the thread and I'll link it to you. Yeah. Why are you just linking all this stupid shit, Kameko?
I'm in a hurry because all the kids and everything's running around.
Oh, I'm on.
You're just like, let me just.
3 new replies have been posted.
It's about time, so I gotta do some stuff. All right. Be back in a sec.
Shit, so what is this part of the Constitution? It says, fuck. Gotta look at the Constitution now. See, everybody, this is stupid. Everything, it's everybody just like, oh, the Constitution, just shoving their own. Let me actually go read the Constitution, see if I can defend myself from a constitutional perspective. Well, Fingerguns, if they go after me, will you pardon me? Because, you know, that's how Chicken Guys got off. You got an executive pardon.
That's a thing that shouldn't surprise me. It kind of surprises me, but it really shouldn't.
Apparently, there's a contention of whether, I think in Congress they still, Chicken Guns claims that Oblige pardoned him, but there's somewhat a contention where Congress refuses to recognize the presidential pardon, but it'd still be cool if you would put that gesture out, even if Congress doesn't recognize it.
I will do it, but
cool.
Yeah, Kameko's right that you can uncensure, like just propose a vote for that.
Yeah.
I'll make a case for you.
Cool. I love you, Fingerguns.
That was my bet. Like, I just don't know fucking anything about Congress. There's so many stupid rules.
Ugh. Yeah. Shit, so... Great, let me just look at the entire fucking Constitution.
Control F it. Control F impeachment.
I'm gonna kick Oblige out of SCI.
Let's see, so what was this whole entire thing? 3. Must be an amendment. Hell, these
Hey, you never actually read FG's article.
Oh, whatever. So what part of the Constitution is he referencing? Let's see.
2.23?
3.32. Okay. Penalties for any congressman proposing an in-game impeachment without having followed the procedure described in Section 3.3 of the EUS Code shall have their foreign privileges suspended until have their foreign privileges suspended pending disciplinary action to be determined by the Speaker of the House. Okay, so what are the proper codes? Let me go to 3.3. Any congressman may start a forum discussion on impeachment. This proposal must then follow the procedure described in Section 2.2 Proposals, Votes, and Laws. Upon receiving a 2/3 majority vote, provided quorum has been met, an in-game impeachment may be proposed. Okay, so what's Section 1.2? Yes, basically they're just pissed off because I didn't use the forum. But technically, actually, S. Colbert is the person who ultimately decides, so he's a fucking retard. You can't actually start a proposal on it because all they're basically saying is that you should censure me now, and then S. Colbert can ultimately decide. So that's basically what he's saying. So,
Do you want me to do that? Do you want me to just censor you now and be like, fine, I did it because Congress can organize itself as it sees fit, lol?
Kameko, since I technically broke the Constitution, censure me now. Actually, let me make a response, okay? Let me respond to this, and then you can censure me.
Yeah, just say that you're gonna accept being censored, and then S. Colbert can choose whether or not to uncensor you or whatever.
I'll just lay out my dope
Censure.
Yeah, censure. Yeah.
So I just take
It's a different word. Sorry.
Enough, I don't understand why. I call it censor because that literally is what it is. They call it censure, but if you actually look into how censures are done in real parliamentary procedures, it doesn't actually result in you being removed. They're just like, oh, you did a really bad thing. We're just acknowledging that. We're just saying bad on you. They're not actually removing access, so it doesn't really make any sense that they would use the term.
That's true.
Censure.
No, that makes sense. But it's formal disapproval.
Yeah, it's just formal disapproval. It's like, why does that mean remove? They should just call it a censure. Yeah. Anyway, let's see.
Tell me when you're done writing the message so I can take you off the member group. Actually, you can do it and I can approve it. Anyhow.
Okay, but let me just write this up just because, I don't know, it'd be fucking easier. Under the Constitution, let me just fucking pull up the right laws and shit like that.
Yeah, I love it. They're so bored they have to kick you out. No, it's not that. It's just that Andy, has a hard on for hating you.
I've served, 3 terms in Congress, and if I get censured, that means I'll have a 2/3, censuring.
Holy crap. That's great.
The first time I was in Congress, I was just like, fuck it. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. And I proposed my own censure. So
I feel like your name just kind of gets under everyone's skin. They're like, "Yo, boy, D Money."
Yeah. But my goal right now is I want to be cool with Pfeiffer because I actually talked to Finger. I actually kind of feel really bad at the stuff that I've said to Pfeiffer in the past, but I'm actually kind of pissed off that he, was talking shit in the EUS chat earlier, but whatever. I should be censored.
Alright, tell me when you got it.
Can make a final decision. Great, so I basically said, basically I should be censured now, then S. Colbert. Make sure I actually spell his name fucking right. Great, I'm gonna post that.
Please find me any evidence of pardoning being an actual EUS thing. I love how he has to say pardoning with a dash because he doesn't know pardoning is a word.
Yeah, so...
Oh wait, Every's a she.
Every's a dude, but I don't know. If you're gonna play like a woman, then you're a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're Yui, who's so obviously a man, despite his very long hair. I have very beautiful, luscious long hair. Long black hair, yeah. Like a rock star, but I'm not a woman, so... Anyway, you can censure me now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the, what's it call it? I'm looking at the U.S. Constitution to see if pardoning is a thing.
So technically, I've now like twice in 3 terms have been directly asked for a censure. I think I'm creating a new record. Like I think like when I originally proposed my own censoring, they were saying they were like, this is a new standard. Maybe in the future, idiots can will propose their own censoring, and we won't have to actually go through a big argument or something like that. Oh man. Let me just do a Control F pardon search. Pardon is not mentioned in the Constitution.
I like how Every says, you can never be president again. I'm like, I don't want to be fucking president again. I barely want to be president right now. Barely.
Wait, if you get when you can't be president if you get impeached.
If I get blacklisted from Congress. What the fuck ever. Every removed my access from private Congress. I'm like, yeah, because there's no reason why the president would ever need to be in private Congress. I'm like, come on, dude. Come on. And then, like
you want to see like all those.
Seriously. So the solution was, and this is a solution for a few things because I'm not a forum admin or a mod or anything like that. I only have like the most basic access. If I want to put a message somewhere, I have to send it to somebody to post it for me.
Yeah.
And then I have to ask them to make any edits and then let me know how people responded if they respond. So like even something like the Welcome Center thing, I don't have the power to actually edit my own post in that section of the board. So I'm like, well, I hope I didn't make any mistakes because can't fucking fix them. It's so stupid.
I feel you. When I become Speaker of the House, when every other player has quit, of course, I will give you access.
I don't want it, man. I don't want it.
I thought you just said it. Well, yeah, I guess.
I mean, it would be nice to be able to edit my own posts and see replies to things that I say. That would be cool. And to not be moderated anymore. Because, like, I have to get approval on everything I post. Stupid.
Yeah, presidents just have instant access. Doesn't really make any sense.
What can you do? That's how it's set up. And I'm sure it's for good reason. I'm sure there's reasons for it.
The president still has to approve legislation that's proposed by Congress, right? You have a veto, right?
The dictator does.
No. I mean, like, she does have a veto, but Congress will get into a hissy fit and then, like, impeach her and get crazy.
But no, mechanically, does the president have a veto?
No.
That's interesting.
I have another vote as if I were a congressman. It weighs the same as a Congress vote. When I'm dictator, I'm the only person who can vote.
That's actually kind of stupid. The president should have like a veto, unless you get like, I don't know, like 60% or something like that of votes. But I don't know. Wait,
the mechanics of e-republic are stupid. Yeah. Surely you didn't mean that.
Oh no, I meant that. I think the reason why the dictatorship module is broken is because it's too easy to win the dictatorship. It's not how real dictators take power. My whole entire I had this idea. I'm sure Pfeiffer would actually. This is actually based on something that Pfeiffer said, which he was just like, your republic should be like Crusader Kings, where you could just create your own, or like Entropia, or some, not Entropia, whatever it's called, like Universals or whatever, where you can just like create your own country, but then you have to win region by region. And so the legitimate U.S. government should just be whatever government controls a majority of the de facto United States of America.
I feel like they kind of fucked up by making it the actual map of the world and drawing the lines, and calling it America. Like, it should just be like, here's a glob and it's broken up into pieces and you have to win those pieces and now that's your country.
Yeah, I just think people...
And you call it whatever the fuck.
I think if you win, if you just spend enough, you could be... I think, I think it should be allowed that you should just be able to spend a certain amount of gold and you can create your own country and pick a spot where you want to start, like, the war to gain control of a certain area. That's what you should do. I mean, a lot of people would want to have their own countries, and you can choose whatever government. If you want to have a dictatorship, then you could have a dictatorship or a monarchy or whatever you want to call it. People can start their own.
So like politics and war.
Yeah, I guess so. Except this is like, not everybody has to have their own country. It still was very expensive, and you have to put up a large amount of money and resources just for the chance to have like a civil war to take over one province. And if you get wiped, then your country is dead.
Maybe every now and then they should have random tournaments to have everybody fight to establish new nations.
That'd be hilarious. Like Kazakhstan,
the main point is de facto lands. That's the problem, but.
Who shall control the glorious nation of Kazakhstan? How do you turn for
The
that?
glorious nation of Kazakhstan.
Well, that's why I think we should have like de facto nations. Like we should have like regions which are saying, "Oh, this is the de facto United States of America," and you can be the official United States of America if you take over like 26 states or whatever. Then you can claim to be the United States, the legitimate United States of America or whatever. Yeah.
I still think we should be able to create nations from the top of our head, the way it should have been from the start.
Yeah,
And every now and then they should add nations every year, and that should be determined by whoever does the most damage or something, some kind of tournament.
Yep.
See, the issue though is that like less and less people are playing this game, and like while it's a good idea, if no one's playing this game, there's no point.
I think this, if they actually do this mechanic that I'm talking about, it could bring a lot of players in because it'd actually be mechanically fun to try and have your
Create your
own
own nation is a really good like bait. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think also if we, I don't know, I think if we do like if we kind of like mess around and kind of improve other modules, pretty much the game is boring as shit unless you really invest a lot of time into the meta. Two-clicking isn't interesting unless you like spreadsheets, but even then you can't really go anywhere really with just collecting efficiency spreadsheets.
Your voice is so soothing. I think that you always end the conversation, so I always got to get it going again. I'm comic relief.
Oh, okay. Is my voice soothing? Oh, I wouldn't think so.
Yes, very.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm puffing on a fag right now, so.
Oh yeah.
I love fags. I put that shit in my mouth all the time.
Yeah, dude, we know.
Yep.
Eileen's really pissed off at me because I have my newspaper's called Queer Nationalist News, and I always make jokes and shit like that, and she always gets mad whenever I mention sexuality. Because apparently it has nothing to do with the game. The article should just be pure it's this is the facts. That is Dylan Thomas's paper. Shouldn't even be called Your Money. It should just be called Dylan Thomas.
Yeah, we can't hide from our sex organs.
That's just boring shit.
I made some comment about wanting to hook up with Eileen. It's just joking or whatever. I was like, yeah, I'm not a lesbian unless you are, and then maybe.
What did Eileen say?
She did not like that. She's like, just so you know, I don't do that sort of thing. I'm like, okay.
Sounds like her.
I shouldn't sell her out like that, but she's like, I'm happily married. And also, I think flirting on the internet is cheating. And I'm like, okay. Okay. I was like, well, I was just joking.
Fingerguns, that's the greatest shit ever. I love Eileen. She just takes it.
She's very serious.
She got very angry when I was talking with her about foreign policy and my radical new approach. Still on that. Just saying.
Yeah, she kind of tore you up in your presidential thread.
Dude, that was scary.
Damn.
Yo, that was scarier than Wild Owl.
Yeah, I feel like, do you ever you have a parent talk to you very authoritatively, it's I'm gonna say some real shit, you better listen, shut up. Every time I talk to Eileen, I have this really creeping feeling, like she's talking to me like that, you know what I mean? Like a parent would to a child.
I mean, she's had teenagers, so probably that's what she's doing.
I had at times, but everybody strokes me the wrong way at times.
Yeah.
I mean, I love all of you people and all, but I'm the only person that I always get along with.
Jimmy, when have we ever fighted? I mean, I don't think we ever fight it. We're pretty much on the same page usually. I mean.
Correct.
Hey, I'm not saying that we don't get along. We do build a community and we do work together and do a lot of great stuff together. I'm a social person, and I like to be on here. I'd be talking to myself otherwise, which I very much am right now. But I'm thinking that you and I have a good mental connection in most situations, and a lot of times you can tell what each other's thinking without even saying a word.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's true, man. I love this man. Like, it's one of the reasons, like, for a while, when shit was going crazy in life, I was kind of like, nah, I was thinking of quitting this game, but Jimmy kind of kept me around, kept me a little bit base. So.
Sam.
Yeah, I try to do the right thing most of the time. I got my moments, you know what I mean? Everybody's capable of pushing my buttons.
Apparently, one of your buttons is getting kicked out of chat rooms.
Yeah, that was some crazy shit.
He's not a fan.
No, I don't like being censored.
That's why on the SFB chat, nobody ever gets kicked out. Not one.
Because there's nothing I can do about it. It's so frustrating.
No, Jim, you have the power to kick people out. You're a Stalinist. Which is like...
Yeah, I do, but I never have.
Yeah, it's true. I'm saying you have the power, but yeah, there's no reason to kick people out. So, Pfeiffer earlier in the EUS thing said, "What a piece of shit, what would you expect?" in reference to me. Just because I claimed that I was, I had my access revoked to the forum. So, I really don't know what was up with that. I don't understand why everybody's, like, hating on me because I didn't have access to the forum, so, I don't know. I don't know, I completely just jumped ship. We weren't even talking about that.
Yeah, it's... there's some people defending you, and of course, everybody on the Socialist Freedom Party's got your back. And then there's, of course, some bloodthirsty people like Pfeiffer's stepchild, of course, or illegitimate child, or whatever he is.
Yeah,
I think he's my stepchild, technically.
I've recently made of internal and pledge to try and get along better with Pfeiffer. So I really don't want to be like a dick about this, but like, why is he calling me a piece of shit and like saying, "Oh, I lied about losing my access"? I don't understand why I would just make up some shit.
No, as in I got rid of your access by hand.
No, it was talking about earlier. So I had Tenshibo the other day. Like, I saw him, he was just picking on Franklin Stone. So I said, how would I beat the shit out of you, faggot? Like, I probably shouldn't have said that. That was a really dick thing to say. So I got my access removed. And I just brought up, I was like, oh yeah, I have my access removed. And it said, oh, it would go away by like the 6th or something like that. Like, the message they sent to me says, oh, we'll give your access back on the 6th. But today rolled around and I was like, yeah, I still don't have access. And it wasn't that I was banned from the forum, like I couldn't access it. It's like I couldn't actually reply forum-wide on anything. I couldn't post or reply. So, I'm pretty sure it was some sort of over thing, but for some reason people just don't believe me. I don't know why.
I don't appreciate you using my word in a negative way.
What do you mean?
Dick. You said that was a dick move.
Okay, guys, I need to get out of here. It was fun talking to you, though. Sorry I got you in trouble. I'll try to get you out of trouble.
No, it's okay.
All right, that's my word. I'm taking it back.
Sorry,
you can't use it in a negative way like that, man.
It was actually fun. I don't want to pick on you for being a Christian, but I hope you reconsider and not be a Christian. But
why? What's it to you?
I don't know. I'm just particularly. I think that Christianity isn't true. So I'm just trying to.
Is it hurting me?
I don't know. I don't know your life. I don't know in real life. I'm just saying. Who knows? But
I would say it's been good for me in absolutely every way.
What, did you quit the drugs? You're doing heroin or something like that, or I'm just fucking with you. I love you. It's all right.
Good night, guys.
Thanks for the visit, and it was good to talk with you and informative.
Yeah, good night.
So what are we going to talk about now?
Let's talk about how
Oh, you can read the article.
Kameko
How
is.
that was an abrupt leaving.
What article?
Long goodbye.
Let's
Let's
talk about how I've been corrupted.
Yeah,
Let's
Kameko's
talk about
fucking chill.
muckraking. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Muckraking. People always enjoy that.
Oh, yeah, let's drop people and let's expose them. Hashtag exposed.
You really should read that article by Fingerguns.
Oh shit! I think I read a little bit of it, but was it like elitist trash stuff?
Yeah, read it all the way. So actually, I don't know.
Yeah, no, yeah. And she's talking about White House press release. I know I'm mentioned in that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, my boy, you're in.
We already talked about that. I mean, like, yeah, me and Fingerguns had a good conversation the other day about it. I didn't have to read it to know.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I was referencing how me and Fingerguns had a great conversation. We came to respect each other. No hate, no Harvard. I mean, besides the fact that I found out she's a Christian, so you know, I have to hate her now because that's just my nature as an evil atheist. But
As a token angry atheist.
yeah, I'm the token angry atheist. Gotta hate on all religious people all the time.
Are you gonna make a war on Christmas?
Oh yeah, I should totally do that.
You should get some more confidence. Maybe you should get some counseling so you'll believe in yourself, God.
I should probably change my name back to your boy D Money, because that's like a brand, you know what I mean? Like, I'm God, but like, you know, I just said that it's just an acknowledgement that I am the absolute controller of this channel, so, you know. Just to make the plebs feel inferior, you know what I mean?
I feel like.
But, you know, your boy D Money is a solid brand, if you know what I mean. You know, YBDM, you know, it's a dope ass name.
I'm just logging onto the eRepublic again and seeing your proposal. There's an alert. 2 of them, in fact.
Oh shit! Let me check on the president impeachment. How's it going? Tinshibo said he voted in favor of impeaching the president, so it's quite interesting. Oh shit! Well, it's now 13. I don't think we're gonna recover from this. Yeah, unless like all the remaining votes go towards impeachment, I guess we're probably fucked on this one. But even if I do get censured, I'm sure I'll be back eventually. Fingerguns.
Yeah, I'll talk to S. Colbert and be like, yo, dude, FG said it was cool. It's her fault.
Yeah, she was like, oh, please go do it. Yeah, I mean, she did. Like, it was like affirmative consent. I wasn't like pushing it on her. I was like, Fingerguns, are you sure? You know what I mean? I wasn't like, hey girl, you want to, you know to fuck your pussy really hard? And she was like, I guess. No, this was like, hey, I'm about to fuck your pussy really hard, you know, are you sure? And she was like, yes, I really want you to fuck my pussy really hard, you know what I mean? She was very insistent about it, you know what I mean? Wasn't pushing her, you know, I was so much like, oh,
I feel
shit, you know what I mean? I'm not so sure about it, you know? In fact, she was kind of the person who really wanted to do it. I mean, I was more of a victim here. Just talking shit.
Was this all part of her like plan to get you censored?
No, I'm just talking shit. I don't care. I mean, she literally dropped in her article that, you know. Yeah, I mean, Fingerguns came to me and was like, she actually originally wanted to give me the secretary of the media, but she was like, I don't know if I could pull the strings to get that through. So she was like, yeah, but I definitely like your style and shit like that. Or she thought like, oh, you're very active, you write a lot, so I'm sure it'd be a really good choice, but then, you know, so I think we kind of were like, yeah, I think it'd probably be best if I actually get experience, so. Yeah. So what's going on with you, Kamek? Do you have any?
I'm just hoping this is going to pass.
Playing some
I
browser
hope there'll
game.
be more votes and everybody would be afraid there might actually be an impeachment.
Yeah.
But there can't be, though, actually.
That's pretty cool. You're Deputy Secretary of Defense.
Dude, it's my boy Sunray. Hell yeah.
Yeah, Senry's actually really fucking cool. I love that guy. I mean, even if I get kicked out of Congress, that pretty much just means I can just spend time focusing on being Deputy Secretary of Media, so.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't like Senry's political views, and he doesn't really support my agenda, but he does contribute toward the community, and so therefore I do what I can to get along with him.
I mean, he's just a cool guy also. Me and Kameko have talked to him before. He's not a cool guy to have conversation with. I mean, we all
He's a really cool guy.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy.
Yeah, he does a lot for the U.S., but he doesn't agree with me, on political goals. Just keep that in mind, when electing him and things, that he isn't going to support your agenda. Not necessarily. Maybe if we talk to him and more than other people do.
I think I'm gonna make sure I vote up and endorse her article, of course. So. I gotta leave a very loving comment, like, thanks, Fingerguns, for being so cool. Anyway. Not only if I can be cool with Pfeiffer, that's a miracle. I'd believe in God if me and Pfeiffer could ever become cool. So anyway.
Well, you don't have to be cool with him.
Nah.
You just gotta deal with him and everybody else, in the world. Just gotta deal with them. That in particular.
I feel you.
Everybody's got their own struggle, and you gotta think of it this way: the harder time he's giving you is probably because he's suffering more than he usually does.
Probably. I don't want to.
I don't know either. There's no way to know his struggle.
That's true. Hey, we're winning on Division 1 right now, so we actually might win Division 1, so high five. Anyone?
Oh, I mean dictatorship?
Yeah, in dictatorship, the Freedom may win one division, so things are looking up.
Oh, yeah.
That's the new players. They don't want the dictatorship.
Yeah.
D1.
See, now we actually...
Yeah, but we didn't win last D1, so as much as you could say, like, maybe they're just like,
I know the elites are going to say they're new players, they're uninformed, but, they don't want the dictatorship. They're going to leave if they can't deal with it.
I mean, yeah, because you're forcing meta and shit like that onto us, but... I think we're going to eventually just have to hit a point where the form. I think what's naturally going to happen with the form is that it's eventually just become so illegitimate because we already have pretty much two parties, like We the People and Black Sheep really don't care that much about the form. You have a few token players, especially even the Black Sheep. But I think eventually we're going to hit a point where the form becomes so illegitimate in so many people's eyes that, like, things that are done on the forum really won't even matter anymore. You know what I mean?
I think one day there'll be a president who just doesn't care about the forum.
I don't picture it that way. I kind of picture it that one day we'll take over the forum and we'll become the dominant force on it. But it ain't happened yet.
I think the problem is that we still have It's the problem is that you still have old money ingrained. Because people who own the forum are like these people who are established. They already have their connections. They know who their friends are. They want to get favors. I think the best thing we could do.
True. There's an owner of that forum. There's a person who started it, and they could turn it off if they wanted.
I think
That's Rainy, I think.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people who don't even play the game that are still involved in the forum. Interesting.
Pig Zen started the forum.
Yeah, Pigginson. He plays
And the last
on
one.
the forum though. But
He started this forum and the last forum. Last US forum.
Pigginson used to be a pretty big E-Republic player back in the day. Definitely a force, but I think the fairest thing to do is like at least every year just have a new forum.
The Norm started ours.
Yeah. What do you think of my idea? I think like if we're gonna have a forum, we should just have it like new every year. We should just put complete new people in charge, move to a completely different forum, and that way we're always just mixing it up. You have to be an active, continuing player.
I think we should get Plato to give each country their own forum.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea as well.
So we can vote on things and discuss things in private.
I mean, one of the things in Congress that would be really cool if they could just auto-generate a discussion area that would lead back to our own country's forum. But I think we were talking about this earlier. I think what really would save this game is if we actually did like a massive overhaul of like the political thing to allow countries to actually choose more diversity in how they actually operate themselves. But
I'd like to redo everything and make it more suited towards the game instead of trying to emulate real life and having cabinet positions and everything that are named after real life.
yeah,
But that's probably never going to happen. Because I'd have to convince everybody else, you know.
I guess the problem is they've just really given up on putting development time into this game.
Dude, they gotta do Age of Lords or whatever.
That's the real moneymaker. I mean, the general problem though is these kind of games are really kind of niche. Like Age of
Well,
Lords
like they were
is-
saying,
yeah.
they the advertising was getting like really good people coming in, you know? The issue was retaining them was terrible.
I mean, that's one of the big things with a lot of these games, like mobile games like Clash of Clans. Because of the fact that most people don't want to pay money and the game becomes immediately fun after a while that you don't pay money, these games, like even like E-Republic, only succeed by just bringing in a constant amount of players because they have such a terrible retention rate. You have to just continue, because the problem is you still need players to build a community and have everything function in the game. Part of the reason why this game hasn't broken down is because people have lots of bots who fulfill the need. I think that's part of the reason why we don't clamp down on bots very hard, is because if this game really clamped down on bots, it would really kill the population, which would probably end the game.
Clamp down on what?
The players create content. Having players want to use content. So the fact is they're not clamping down the bots, because if they kill the bots, they kill the content, which would kill the game. Most games would just do this by like just tons of advertising, just bringing in new players all the time, but
Okay.
yeah. So anyway,
Where's Chickens, guys?
I have no idea.
He
what
should
Chickens
be.
are. We're really.
He should be fighting the revolution, the democracy,
After
powered by Visa.
After Fingerguns left, we had a massive drop off in viewership. So we should probably get another guest on here. Start talking about change of topics. I don't know.
See, you won't get on. There, I messaged.
Okay, well, let's see here. So my article is still #1. Tenshibu is a loser. Jim's a really good player that like doesn't come around a lot, like Jay Keller, 4,000. Like that guy's pretty good at the economic module. Like he's probably one of the only players, like because most of the players around don't really give a shit about the economic module, but he's one of the players who really like knows what's up and actually is pretty successful at the economic module. So
Should be nice.
quite an interesting guy. I actually definitely like semi-inspired because for a while I was really into the economic module because I was like, okay, housing, man, you should have before they did the recent, well not recent, I guess it's old, but the resource war update where they added like pollution, shit like that. Like you can make so much money on housing. Like I literally I spent like 50 gold and I was bringing in like hundreds of dollars a day in profit, really, just by knowing how to like. It wasn't even that hard, just by running some numbers and then figuring I could do it.
Yeah, I started playing Secret World.
Oh shit, we should play that.
Yeah, but I have to make up like Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays everything.
Oh shit.
I don't have much time. So like I finished all the chemistry stuff. The issue is gonna be honestly like physics, because I just have like basic notes, physics, micro, and calculus. Like all I have for calculus is completed notes.
Yeah.
Just like, oh wow, completed notes are so good, but like it's not the same as a lecture.
Yeah. I'm really at this point. The only thing that's going to be because I still have to figure out where I'm working, but just depending on what job I get at this point. I'm currently like trying to figure out exactly like looking at my options, but I really don't have that much going on in school. Like, cause I told you like I dropped out last semester just because of like some crazy shit, just mainly like drinking and being depressed and whatever. Yeah, you know, crazy shit. So I'm doing part-time, but the classes I've already taken them and didn't do that bad in them. I'm re-enrolled somewhere, so I really won't have that hard of a semester. So
Is that tutoring offering that you're giving me?
oh no, I'm just saying I don't know how long. No, I was just saying I don't know how much time I'll have in the future to do podcasts and other things like that, or just play Secret World. Because right now I have an abundance of free time.
Yeah,
So I'm currently not working a job right now, and I'm currently not going to school. Starting Monday, of course, but I really don't anticipate that taking up much of my time. Class is only about 8 hours a week, I'd say, I think. So.
Yeah, right now I'm reading my microeconomics textbook.
Who dropped? Oh shit, oh, never mind. I did pretty good in microeconomics, but I probably don't remember all of it like I could in Coach You, but
No, micro isn't hard. Micro should be like pretty easy.
macro isn't that hard as long as you do macro?
I'm gonna self-study that next year.
Yeah, I self-studied it. Like I took, like, here's the thing: as long as you know micro, like literally like only like 2 weeks before the exam, I started studying macro. All you have to do is basically just learn about monopolies and what's the other type of. You just have to learn a few different things and a little bit of game theory, and then you'll be good for the exam, pretty much. So as long as you know micro, learn a few models, which are pretty much not that hard, just like some vocabulary terms and some concepts. Only really like 2 main clusters of concepts, which is like monopoly, and the other one's like, oh yeah. It's kind of just like looking at how real world markets behave, because not all markets are free markets, essentially, which is where you usually study in like micro or like the early macro stuff.
Right.
Are we still alive?
Yeah, we're still alive.
Yeah. This is the fun part when we just start talking about stuff, but like we don't think we're live. No one watches it, but it's really the best part.
Yeah, actually, I think it's actually given some I think that's where some of our best feedback comes from. The parts where me and Kamiko just go into like a long back and forth about real life shit.
Yeah, dude. I think since we just started, because it's a 1 semester class, right? We're on basically like I'm reading the material that the guy lectured, because it's been, I don't know, too long, and it's on trade-off, opportunity cost, economic goal, positive v normative stuff, and then the two things I missed was factors of production possibility curve, introduce current event assignment. So that'll be fun. And then PPC, and then absolute and comparative advantage, and a group FRQ. So that'll be fun.
I couldn't hear you.
Lots of fun economic stuff, basically. Oh, on Monday there's a quiz.
My favorite part of economics class in high school was I was sat there with my best, one of my best friends ever. I love the guy so much. Hang out with him. He's my boy, you know. We're always hanging out and driving around the whip, rolling down the windows, playing, you know, very like crazy rap music. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
Just blaring it, riding around. He's pretty cool. He lives out in the suburbs, and he actually goes to Cornell. So,
dude, nice.
me and him are pretty smart individuals. You know, we talk shit, listen to some dope rap music, and what else was I gonna say? Yeah, and we just talk about shit. You know, pretty much like we're doing right now, just talking shit.
That's hard to believe right there.
What do you mean?
I'm just kidding, man. Stop.
I was really confused.
Or you just sit around and talk shit.
Yeah, it's really.
It's really not hard to believe. I was kidding.
I was like, yeah, it's just what we do, man. It's fun shit.
It is fun.
Yeah. I remember one time we were ripping on a Bernie Sanders supporter.
You're a Bernie Sanders supporter?
No, we were ripping on a Bernie Sanders supporter.
Oh yeah, dude.
Well, no, it's just because this person said Bernie Sanders is going to be like the greatest economic. He has the greatest economic vision, and that obviously isn't true. I'd say Hillary Clinton probably had like the most concise thought of economic plan. I'm not saying Bernie Sanders' ideas are wrong. All I was just saying was
Bernie would have probably been the worst for our economy, but probably the best for what we needed in the long run. I would have voted for Bernie until he endorsed Hillary, and then he lost credibility. But he was clean before that. He's awesome. He always shows up. He trashes him because his reputation's flawless.
I think one of the the whole entire point that we were trying to make though is that Bernie Sanders a lot of his plans weren't necessarily well thought out. I mean, for example, his free college thing. Like, he just said, "Oh, we're going to tax Wall Street speculation," but he didn't necessarily have a.
He was a populist for sure.
But the whole
I mean, like, I've checked on the website. It was a strange tax. It was like there were a lot of taxes, and what he did was he didn't make one huge tax. He made a bunch of smaller taxes. Like, he created taxes. So that was the thing.
I don't even necessarily agree that speculation is really even that bad, but it just depends. I mean, I was talking.
Yeah, I think speculation's a good thing because we can always come up with other scenarios in case the future holds other things.
I was talking to my friend. He basically he goes to Penn State, Maine. He's a pretty. I'd say he's actually a bad person, but not even going to discuss this person. A lot of problems with this dude. But he's an interesting guy to talk to. We were discussing. He's basically like, I don't know, like a trust fund baby essentially, and his dad's setting up with a really cushy job where they're just going to, do activist investing. All the
Must
stuff
be
he's telling
nice.
me is pretty fucking crazy. Like, he was just talking about, oh yeah, like there's tons of nepotism in stock trading. It's all pretty much about just like who you know, how to, like, in terms of deals, you can actually get stocks for really cheap. All you have to do is just know who's the person responsible for deciding which orders go through. And you can pretty much beat out all your competition. It's fucking crazy. Like, that stuff is the real pressing issue.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna try and stream a game. Which game should I play?
E-Republic.
Yeah, but there's nothing really to play on eRepublic. I was like, let me just like put on a game from my Steam library and play it while I was talking to you guys. But
You should just stream the game that you're playing. That'd be a pretty good idea, actually.
I would like to see you. I would like to see you play E-Republic and act like you're excited about it. And, yell and everything.
Holy shit! Look, I'm looking at this article. Look, I'm going to endorse it for $5. Oh my god! Look at that play. Damn! Look at that execution. He's moving in. He's clicking on the Socialist Freedom Party feed. Oh my god! Oh, look at that great gameplay. Let me check my messages. Probably shouldn't check my messages.
Be careful there. Be careful with those messages.
Don't want to leak the threads and the private information we're talking about. Well, okay, so the recent messages, like the last message post, those did come up on stream, but don't blacklist me from the SFP. Let's see. Earlier today, I was actually
Blacklist right up.
I was trying to figure out what amount of money I'd have to pay people to break even. So let me do. Let's see. Let me just fuck with some numbers quick. Let's see. Can I still make money if I pay people $210 a day? No. Yeah, so I can pay people $200. I need to figure out a way to pay people only $205 a day, or $200 a day, essentially. Actually, this could be something you could play at eRepublic. Let's look around all the world job markets and see. Actually, wait, there's a tool for this. It's eRepublic. Yo, Kameko, does eRepublic Deutschland or whatever have?
Yes.
Yep.
But you could just look at the market a lot quicker and just scroll through them on the homepage.
No, but I need to know every country. Their market rate for
Oh yeah, Deutschland have them all lined up. Go ahead.
Yeah, their actual wages that they're paying people. So I heard Jay Keller, what he does is he actually pretty much puts in. He spent like a bit of gold to get a shell company in like a third world country where wages are dick cheap. So if I can get something for like $200, I could make like. I mean, I'd make about like $20 per house that I produce. So not shabby.
So I gotta get some coffee because your voice is so soothing that it puts us off.
Okay, I don't know if you guys are fucking with me or something like that. Or... Kameko, is my voice really soothing? Like, what?
It's pretty good.
Oh, okay. But I have no idea where people are coming from. Because maybe it's just like my radio voice or something like that. I don't know. Fuck. Shit. Where do they have the wages comparison?
It's more like just you sound like you have no emotion.
Oh.
And that's pretty entertaining to people.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I sound like I have no emotion. I have a pretty deadpan delivery.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, I don't really come at things. I mean, sometimes I'll come at things with a little bit of excitement or passion, but there's definitely I have my moments, but I'm just a chill individual, kind of at peace. I used to be a very angry person. I still kind of am, but you know, you got sometimes got to control yourself. You know, be focused. Good old E-Republic Deutschland. Let's see. They have but they have a I know they have a latest jobs, but where is the weird job finder? This it's not like comparison tool, like
Wow. It was a tragedy. The coffee machine was unplugged.
yeah, this sucks. I have to go through each. Yeah, there's no like. That's a really. I wish there was like a wage comparison to find out which countries have like the best like average wage or something like that.
Just annex them all to clear up any confusion.
Looks like there's some job offerings in Albania, but I don't know if there's enough market share of people there. Let's check Serbia. How much do they get paid in Serbia? Pretty much the same. Serbia is slightly cheaper, but let's see. How about China's a big player base, right?
They'll make a human centipede out of you in Serbia.
Ooh, I could open up in China. I should be more efficient, just figuring out, because I'm essentially trying to figure out a country that has good population, workforce, and a country that has
Okay, but make sure you read the terms of service whenever you get that job. Make sure they can't make a human centipede out of you.
Shit, why are you watching some South Park, man?
Yep. No, I haven't been watching South Park, but that's what that's from. You're correct.
Yeah. Member berries, that's the new shit they're on. Wait, not Serbia. Fuck, what's that country name? What's the second top country? Ah, Romania. That's where, what's his name? Okay, what's next? Poland.
Here's the terms of service.
Shit, Poland's really close.
Everything you post here belongs to us, and we can do with it whatever we want, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Which terms of service are you reading?
That's the terms of service whenever you go to any site. Whatever you post here is ours, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That's actually true. That's generally what they all say. Like, we're not responsible for anything, or...
I mean, technically they have to do that, but that's really contentious of whether they actually own it. I don't really know if that will actually truly hold up in court. Like, the reason why
it does for like minor things, but not like, you know, actual big issues.
So I mean, theoretically, like okay, so it just depends on. I guess a contentious issue is, let's just say, like it's happened on Tumblr, for example, that you could post something on Tumblr, and technically Tumblr could take everything you post on there is technically theirs, but who's to say you actually own it? So it's very. I'm sure you could actually contest that you were the actual person who posted it on there.
Yeah, it sounds like that kind of thing. Whether like, does Tumblr host it or does it own it? And if it owns it, that means it's responsible for anything there that could be illegal or something like that.
That's kind of true.
So
that's kind of a gray area of ownership. So I guess that's what they're banking on. I'm not a particularly expert in copyright law. Interestingly enough, the industry I'm going into, well, I'm a computer scientist, which I'm studying computer science, which means pretty much those are pretty much people who design software, like not like apps or anything, but actually like the hard shit. Like they're actually writing a lot of the. I mean, you could do.
I'm not on copyright law either, but I'm pretty sure that the law is whoever copyrights it owns it.
Yeah. But the whole entire thing is that is that there's a good debate of whether like for example, software patents are a semi-contentious issue, and so there's some sort of like problems of can you actually patent a math like at what like how like patenting like mathematical algorithms. And let's just say some person independently discovers a mathematical algorithm or something that's a naturally occurring best possible way of doing something, independently does it. Does that still fall under software patent? Does it even make any sense? Or because algorithms, you could say, are like a creation of God. Like we protect things from being copyrighted that are, like, one other thing is that it's from God. But couldn't you make a claim that, in the same kind of way that algorithms are just a creation of God, so they can't really be, because they're just natural logical consequences. You can't really invent something because.
Well, I can't talk about God because he ain't here to defend himself.
Well, no, I'm talking about God in terms of it's a metaphor essentially. They're not actually saying God create these things, but you know what I mean. It's just saying they're just they're natural. They're caused naturally, without humans doing it.
Now that D Money, I could talk about him.
Yeah, but I'm not really talking about God. That's my point that I'm trying to make. Like,
We talked to Kameko.
Yo, what's up?
We got big stuff going on.
I do.
But now, what do you think? What do you think about that, Kameko? Like, or algorithm? Can you actually copyright an algorithm? Like,
I mean, I'm of the hope that I don't know. Like, if it has does it have a purpose in a product?
well, for example, I can give you an example. There's this group of people who are trying to make they're trying to make like so essentially you have like Windows, for example. Some people are trying to make their own.
Right.
Like, you understand people? Have you ever heard of like Free Civ or something like that, or like
Right.
people make their own open source GNU versions of software. So there's a project to make an open source version of Windows. But one of the
I think I get it.
Yeah, they got raided essentially because Windows basically accused them of being what's the word for it? They basically were stealing some of their code. But what their kind of argument was is like, hey, that's the only way to implement it. So you can't, just because our algorithms are the same, you can't actually really go after us, because if we're re-implementing Windows, which we technically legally can, we have to do it this way because it's the only way. So did they actually own the rights to have full control over every aspect? Like, for example, could they actually own the rights to run Windows software?
Shit, man.
Because essentially that's what they're talking about. They're talking about a system that can run Windows software.
That's tough. That's really tough.
I mean, they have, for example, there's like tractors that they have right now that are like, are kind of like self-driving. They're heavily computerized. You know, they have like all this data, but the problem is that you can't actually fix it. You can't do anything. You have to bring it to a licensed dealer. You can't modify the code. That's all against the law. Because they have a software patent on all the internal mechanisms to it. You can't even open up the machine.
And there's huge companies that go across the country. They start in the south and work their way north, taking up all the crop. Instead of farmers doing it, they hire companies that do it.
So let's see.
Because they have those machines, and it's so much more efficient, and only they can maintain the machines. So they just let those companies do it.
Yeah, most definitely. So, I don't know. I wonder how many players the Republic of China has. Let's see here.
A lot, like China. If you guys think like USA has a bot problem, China has it in spades. The same dictator has been dictator for over like a year now and gets almost 100% of the vote.
I mean, it could just be that because Asian politics are quite interesting because there's less
maybe like they go all the way on for him and all just decide like not to vote against her.
Yeah, like maybe there might just be. There's a lot of like folks and different things. Maybe that's just like how society is reaching consensus. Like, oh, this is the person. They have the best interest. It's better just to have like one dictator that So let's see. They have like 608 active. And yeah, they have about 600 active citizens. Let's see, as in compared to the United States. Yeah. I don't know. I know, there's an easy answer. Just ask Jay Keller where he's putting his. I mean, I don't know. Why have evolution when you can just ask God? There we are. So, let's see. Yeah, hopefully he gets back with a response to me about that, so. That'd be really cool to have cheap third world labor. I think I lost you guys, so should we probably end this podcast now?
No. Yeah, we should end the podcast soon.
Yeah, so Michael, do you have anything?
But I was gonna say how many active citizens we had.
I mean, like in general, there's Asian politics. I think China's just such a strange case because I don't think Japan is like that, you know?
What's up?
I don't think Japan has the whole political system where there's literally one party which gets all the vote. Like Japan, like China literally has one party that actually matters and it gets all of the vote.
Yeah. Japan's quite different from most democracies. Interesting enough, a lot of democracies around the world are pretty much where like one party just dominates. So like almost effectively one party states. But Japan is actually one of the countries where they actually have like, an active like democracy, but like Mexico for many years was pretty much a one party state. Just by the fact that they literally just had one party that pretty much just kept on winning. Just such a presence.
And that's kind of what's happening like here, It's always a two-party state.
Yeah, but a lot of places just become one-party states, that's the thing. If you have republics like ours, you usually get two-party states. We have parliamentary systems, like Britain or like Israel, for example, a lot of Europe. Then you usually get like a lot of parties. But then there's always there's certain countries that just get like one party. But I mean, if you broke the United States up into like each individual state, most states would probably just be a one-party state if you think about it. So.
Yeah.
There's a few contentious states where it's like, which way is it gonna go? But most places are just one-party states. Alright, well, if you guys have nothing else to talk about your republic, then I'm gonna end this then. Well, thank you guys for listening. Do you guys have any closing words you want to talk about?
Nah, we're good.
Jimmy? I will take that as a no, so. Alright, well, thanks for watching, everybody.
Good night.